to the mashup.
Tell me whether I'm wrong or right. East or west, up or down, side to side. I sit to stand and fall to fly. Of all of my impulsive plans, pop and lock and salsa dances on demand. I follow leading off the map and stop the chatter, scream happily.
Welcome to the mashup.
Welcome to the mashup. Welcome to the welcome to the mashup.
Welcome to the mashup.
Welcome, folks. I don't know why Two's brought me, and I was waiting for him to do. That was interesting.
What? What's the matter, Shaun?
Welcome to Mashup live debate coverage. We're gonna have the English debate here in just about a half an hour, a little less, and we got a whole bunch of people tuning in. Obviously, if you're on Clyde's YouTube channel, you're going, "Who are these two knuckleheads?" Probably not. We've been on several times with Clyde, but. Two's Shaun from the mashup to all of our faithful listeners.
Greetings, Clydians.
That's right.
Do something nights.
Greetings,
one and all. Clyde will be here shortly. He's a dentist appointment, I think. Yeah.
He's slacking. Either way, we got Clyde coming. We got
he's getting
Jasmin
filling, and we're filling in.
We got Jasmin Laine coming in. We got Vesper coming in, and we have.
Another Newman.
Another Newman. Yeah, I don't know. Don't like it already. Yeah.
So honestly, I just Clyde threw me the idea of should we have this guy on, and I'm like, I feel like I already know enough Newmans.
Yes. So tonight we got we're basically gonna live stream the debate. As you can see in the corner. What do you think of the logo tonight? The English old debate.
Oh, I thought it was great.
Too.
The only thing that picture is missing is a plate full of beans and eggs.
You know what's funny? Okay, I'm gonna flip it here for
seasoning.
a second. So last night, everybody kept texting me like, "Where are you guys?" Okay, it was supposed to be Vesper and Twos. Vesper did coverage, which was, if you tuned in, it was great to have him narrate the entire thing, right? Translating. But this was supposed to be the cover of last night, right? It was supposed to be Vesper, Twos. And you can see the rooster in his French attire. That's right. I was quite proud of myself at that. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
That was well done. I had a day
tonight.
from hell and wasn't making it in time, and then Shaun couldn't either, and so we all just kind of left Vesper to his own devices, and the guy hit it out of the park. He did phenomenally well.
Yes, he did. So we're gonna have some fun tonight. Obviously, as people roll in when we get a little closer. We're gonna be there's gonna be 6 of us watching this thing, and then in theory, when there's commercial breaks, when there's stoppages, we'll come in, we'll chatter a bit, but we're gonna try and leave it to the group of them to so we can all listen in, watch, and
if I think it's something quippy, I am jumping in.
Okay, well, Shaun's gonna be sitting here allowing
rolling
you to listen. I respect all of you. To let you listen to the debate. That's what I think. Yeah.
I mean, I respect you all too, but I just don't really respect Jagmeet Singh very much.
That's fair. What did you think of the questions after the French debate? Like, how about the friend of the show, Zoltan, getting to throw one in there?
Zoltan, yeah, and hitting the nail on the head, basically putting him in between a rock and a hard place. It's interesting. He was being kind of he was being a little bit coquettish about what he was doing when he was going to Montreal. And so I didn't really push it because, obviously he didn't want to say anything about it. And then when I found out that they were going to this and that basically the alternative media full on blitzed the French language debate, and everybody there was just super mad, upset, didn't really have a lot of constructive criticism. Jagmeet Singh, of course, refused to take Drea Humphrey's question, which her being a woman of color made him a sexist, racist.
To be the French and be late. Vesper, come on. Be on time for me. You're muted, and that is probably Two's doing it to you, but
No, I don't. You're the only guy I mess with.
Nah, that was me, man. I didn't. I was just busy listening to
Can I just say,
Westerners were saying?
teasing away. I thought you did an excellent job last night. I tuned in for a bunch of it. I was having fun here just for Vesper. I showed him this already, but this was supposed to be last night's background for you two yahoos. There it is, the French debate. You know,
Yeah.
I was all.
missing-
Who's like, this is an idea. I'm like, well, I can't be there. I got to
good
be
idea.
somewhere else. You know,
It was a good idea. Look, full disclosure, I had no idea what was going on until somebody sent me. There was like 3,600 people listening. I was like, what the hell? I was cracking jokes. I was trying my best to explain it. So everyone that was messaging me, I didn't want to fail anyone. So I just kept trying to translate. And then when I saw your thing, I was like, why didn't you send it earlier? I would have put that on the
I know.
stream.
Well, oh crap.
Vive
All right?
le Quebec, tabarouette.
That's right. You know what's funny, twos, with this
yeah.
this rooster? I put him with poutine first, and so at the start he had this big bowl of poutine. And I'm like, this looks a bit much. So I removed the poutine and
The whole point, though. I was gonna say the only thing it's missing is poutine, a baguette, and a white flag.
Hello to you too. Hi,
Hey,
Canada.
buddy.
I'm on the mashup.
This is gonna be fun tonight. I'm looking forward to this. You know,
I mean,
Yes.
yeah, with the added caveat that like there's going to be the only one Quebecer here, and the only Quebecer here that was listening to the debate yesterday is going to have the ins on what's being said as the opposite. You guys must have not watched just mine. I hope you watched the regular translation also. Tell me it wasn't funny that one time when Carney, who was really like trying to stay out of the way, was talking about like we're gonna allow rebates for everybody right across Canada with this oil thing. We're gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna give everyone gets a rebate in Canada, and you see Blanchette go, "We did not get what rebate? We didn't get a rebate." He says, "No, you got a rebate." We didn't get a rebate. And then they went back to Jasmin, and he's like, no, I have a question. What rebate are you talking about? That was the funniest thing in the whole thing. Like, it showed you the whole show that Quebec just cares about Quebec. They couldn't give a fly about anybody else. And I don't know if it's because it was in Montreal, but it's everything was about Quebec. And he's like, we fought to make Quebec be recognized as a nation, not a society. Did you guys pick up on that? Did the translators do a good job telling you that that's how Yves Blanchette sees it?
I missed that, but he did say that basically in the next few years he wants to push for another referendum, which I think he should, and I think that you need to. I think it's all set up totally backwards. It shouldn't be that a clear majority needs to be there for a province to leave. I think a clear majority needs to be there for you to stay. The default should be this isn't working. And if we want to keep Confederation together, it needs to be something that's overwhelmingly positive for everybody involved. Instead of how many different provinces who are at best middlingly neutral regarding the continuation.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you got to face it. And Shaun, I mean, you and Twos can't deny it. Forget all the money that we've received from you. Believe it or not, I actually made a background. Okay. I made a background that was supposed to be a digital background. And by the way, for everybody that's on X, Shaun asked me to also basically send this out to my stream, to my.
Oh, are you on now? Yeah, perfect.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. Hey, Vesperians. What do you call them? I don't know. People who follow Vesper. Welcome.
Assholes. They're called assholes.
Assholes. All right.
Assholes. Yeah.
Surrounded by assholes.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. They're not assholes. What I'm just saying is it's just ironic that, you know, while we've taken a lot of money, we were paying into this whole carbon tax debacle, but we were getting nothing out of it. And I don't know why this skipped my mind until Blanchette brought it up, that we haven't gotten anything from the rebates in this province. So how much money would you say that's been taken out of each province, or is it different each province?
It's definitely different. Like, for example, BC's had a provincial one for like 20 years. And then also, I mean, it depends on the specific industries as well. We're at the perfect time of day to do this because I'm going to have the sun coming in and it's going to be shifting as we go. But I mean, it's been a lot of money. Although to be fair, actually, Yves Blanchette and Elizabeth May did a thing where they actually posed with the equalization money this year. Did you see this? Did you see this,
No.
Eli?
No. I feel like we're tuning into the movie The Italian Job. Like, where's the mini cars that pulled off this heist? I'm laughing because we're the beneficiaries of this, and I know a lot of Albertans are probably and Westerners seeing going like, "Yeah, you think that's funny?" I do because I do because how the hell did you let us get away with it for this long? I don't know, man. It's crazy. I can't believe they stood by this whole time reaping all this money, and now they're complaining about the carbon tax. On 10 years we got how much money?
All of it. Vesper, you've had a bunch of people saying that you're super quiet too, by the way.
It's possible. I don't know why. Is this better?
Oh, it's because you're not even looking at the microphone, let alone speaking into it.
Yeah, no. Here, I got to go like this.
Oh, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Or maybe I could talk like this.
All right, fine. Sorry, all your technicalities. I didn't know.
Hey, Vesper, you're yelling, Vesper.
It is very normal for Quebecois to be angry. You guys have been taking all of our money. You took all the carbon tax. You did not give us a penny. Why should I not yell, Vive le Québec?
Just call it equalization.
There is nothing equal between us and you, okay? We are nice. We dress in French clothing. We speak in a French lisp. We are very different than you Westerners. You guys work in the mines. We work in the dams. And,
I feel like you guys wouldn't talk
different.
like that if you wore comfortable pants.
We don't like comfortable pants because, quite frankly, we think the number of children should be limited. So what we do is we wear the tight pants. That way our numbers are always stable.
Yeah. And I mean, they're tight enough that I can see where you stand on the whole Israel-Palestine thing.
I don't know what I have to say about that. All I care about is that we are a nation. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's all we care about. And we don't want immigrants.
Shaun kicked himself out of it.
Well, I just
fine.
feel like I might as well give it a few minutes. You two going back and forth. Vesper speaking in.
No, I'm not. I'm not speaking in anything. I wanted to see what you guys had to say. That's why I came in muted.
Okay, well, what do you
French
think's
debate,
gonna?
you two could-
What do you think's gonna happen tonight?
Just go back and forth.
Shaun, what do you think's going to happen tonight?
Politicians on stage. It's going to be mind-numbing. Pierre is a fantastic public speaker. I think he's going to do okay.
Well, okay. How do you both think who did what yesterday? I had my takeaways. What were your takeaways?
I mean, it depends who you ask. The NDP, both of the NDP supporters thought Jagmeet Singh killed it. Elizabeth May still hasn't sobered up.
No.
I literally sent Elizabeth May an email yesterday asking if she'd come on the podcast.
Offer
my brother-
every bottle of rum.
I was about to say, did you offer booze? Because if you offered booze, she would lickety
She'd
split.
take me up on it?
Lickety
Take me up?
split.
No, I think that Polyev came out slightly ahead, which I mean everybody seemed to agree with because conservatives said that they destroyed Carney in capital letters, which is basically what they say no matter what. And
no.
I know, but I'm saying
Who's got a slight
anybody
echo?
else getting
Who is
an
that?
echo?
Yes. Who is that?
That's not me.
Say it again.
All right, I'm trying for an echo here.
It is totally Vesper, isn't it?
Is it Vesper? I have my headphones on.
No.
I got no echo.
All right.
Hold on.
But I have an echo.
Like 2 days ago, you had an echo on your whole stream, and now you're accusing me of the echo.
I am accusing you.
This is what you're doing with the Quebecers.
Remove the French. All of a sudden, it all goes away.
You take everything from us, even the audio issues.
And it is just like you Westerners. You blame all the things on us, the Quebecois. You make no problem. You are all saints. Yes. No, okay. Is it much better now?
Yeah, actually. Oh wait,
No, I can hear it. I can hear it. it's ever so faint. I don't know. Can anybody else hear
Okay,
this?
well, if nobody else cares, I'm just gonna keep going with it.
Hold on.
Nobody else is hearing it.
I'll turn on the echo cancellation button. Is this better?
I
There
think
you
so.
There
Yes.
you go.
Check.
Yes.
Hey,
So
the
we had
echo's
an
gone.
echo. We
so
had an
let's get
echo,
this straight.
and
It
you
was
were
the
looking
French
at this
problem.
button. You were looking at this button on your screen called echo cancellation, and you didn't think that it would be a button worth pushing.
Ce n'est pas écrit en français. Je m'excuse. If it is not in French, I do not tick it. Okay, simple.
Problem.
Shaun, who do you think won yesterday?
For me, it's hard when I can't. I don't know if this is the right answer, Vesper, but one of the things that's hard. I don't speak French, right? I know that's just obvious.
That is
dumb
the
thing
right
to say.
answer, Sean.
But like
Yeah.
when I can't, like I can see the body language and I can hear the interpreter speaking the words. I don't know. Like it just to me when I walk around today, it's like, well, who won? It's like, well, I like what Pierre was saying in a bunch of it. That's what I like. But like nobody's talking about it. Not a single soul that I walked into today. Yesterday I walked into the vault. We were doing ball stuff for the kids. And I had
In a
you on my
vault?
phone. And when you were talking and laughing and like doing, everyone kind of gave me a weird. I'm like, I'm just watching the French debate, and everyone's like, the what? And I'm like, okay, well, this is Lloydminster. Not too many people paid attention last night. That's my takeaway.
What the
'Cause
hell?
I
kind of
am the
debate are
one
you
guy
watching?
in the town that was actually watching it. And Vesper's going back and forth. Anyways, I think the winner, my takeaway, the winner last night was Vesper. I thought you did a fantastic job.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Actually,
But
that's
listen,
pretty good. I like that.
Now,
I
wait a
take-
second. I assume this is the other Newman. Yes? Julian?
Hey,
The other
Sean.
Newman?
Yes, this is a
Hello,
great
Newman.
Newman. Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
You know your winner when.
That's right.
Oh.
I assume it's spelled the right way. N-E-W-M-A-N. Am I right?
It is.
Sweet.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
So we have a new
Smart
man
work.
on the show.
Correct. That is
Yeah.
right. Yeah, get all your things out, twos, right now, okay?
Oh, really? I've been getting them out for like 153 episodes.
Fair
So,
enough.
welcome,
Julian, welcome to
Julian.
baptism. Yeah. You got
Julian.
Vesper, you got twos, you got myself.
We've heard some great stuff about you. I don't know what everybody else has heard. Do you want to give yourself a quick intro? The debate
Yeah, that'd
starts in
probably be
13
smart.
minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm first and foremost an entrepreneur based in Silicon Valley, and I live part of the time here in Ottawa, which is my hometown. And in a past life, I worked for the NDP. So I was the head of operations or the COO for Tom Mulcair when he was the leader, and I worked for Jack Layton as the head of Quebec for him at the party HQ. So as a New Democrat for many, many, many years, I'm still a New Democrat, an active New Democrat, but my main job now is not in politics.
How do you feel about the election so far as a New Democrat?
Well, as a Canadian or as a normal, rational person, I feel it's really boring and stupid.
Not even like I don't know. I've found it to be kind of fun and exciting. I mean,
Oh, really?
Jagmeet Singh, he did the OnlyFans girl video.
That's true.
And then he followed it up just the other day with the House of Pain jump around thing with a woman in a wheelchair. I mean, there's been no shortage of entertainment in this. And I think the translation might have been a little bit off, but I think last night Mark Carney said that he was going to give everybody purple pineapples.
Oh, strange.
Yeah, it could have just been his French rather than the translation. But yeah, it's been, I don't know, it's been a little bit fun. What do you find boring about it?
I don't know, like what the issues are. Like they just, at least in the mainstream media, like they're just going on and on about the trade war, and Americans have kind of moved on. They don't care. There is no trade war anymore. The trade war ended, but the media seems to just like want to make it a thing, and they're constantly talking about it.
Yeah, they
It's
do.
very odd.
It looks, I don't know, from this side as though they want to make it a thing because if we look at what the Liberals have been doing for the past decade, that becomes a thing, and that's not going to go well for the Liberals or the NDP.
But you got to also make it very clear that we don't have a media here. We have a propaganda arm of the Socialist Party of Canada, and the only thing they have left is Trump. So it's almost like that movie Eurotrip, if you've ever watched it, Julian, where they went to Bratislava.
Where Trump's our safe word?
No, hold on. When they went to Bratislava, and this guy walks out of a like dilapidated house and goes, "Hey, don't touch this. I like it." You know, like he's listening to music from like the 80s because that's all they have.
Yeah.
We're late, not on purpose. It's not like Netflix is not sending our American movies to Canada. They're purposely keeping Trump as the antagonizer here for them, because what else do they have?
Well, to make your point, where I am now, it's a condo I rent near my house that I work from, and I share it with a local member of parliament where I live, who's a Liberal. So I've been to their office, and their office is just like, it's all these like not 51st state pins, and they're just obsessed with that. Like that is fine. I think, as you say, like that's their strategy, like them and the Liberal media, to just be like, this is Mark Carney versus Donald Trump. The thing is, Donald Trump kind of moved on, like before the election even started. Like it's a non-story. So if you turn on the news, they're just pretending that that's a thing. When like Donald Trump's in a trade war with China, like he doesn't care about Canada anymore.
Guys, we've got a guest waiting to jump on. I don't know if you guys noticed or not.
There you go, Jasmin. I did. I was waiting for them to end points twos. Jasmin, how are you doing this evening?
Oh, just peachy. What can I say? Just, over here, stressed out, excited, encouraged.
What are you stressed out about?
I'm stressed out about what my future is going to look like in the next little while. But, fingers crossed, everything goes according to what I hope is the best plan. I don't know. After everything that happened last night and following the media response from it, it was pretty concerning, to say the least. And I just can't wait to see what happens.
It hopefully will be fun and exciting. I saw somebody in the comments say they just kicked out Ezra Levant, Rebel News, from the debate. So that should be something definitely worth talking about.
Was he there yesterday for the French one? Do we know?
Yes. Menzies was there. He was asking a question after, I think it was after Zoltan, but Menzies, I saw him definitely asking a question.
But did you see Ezra there?
I didn't see Ezra, no, but Rebel was represented, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is insane, actually. Can we just take a moment to talk about that? Like, I'm sorry, you kicked out Ezra. Why?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I let me be the Jamie for a minute. You guys keep speculating and I'll be Jamie.
No, listen, there's antagonizers. There's always going to be an antagonizer. And I think for the most part, Rebel News does a really good job in terms of reporting, but I think they just don't want the handlers for the opposition parties or maybe the other people to be asked questions. Now, I know they're pro-conservative in the sense that they support Poilievre, but let's be honest, the rest of yesterday listening to the stream while we were translating it, I couldn't help get the feeling that it was 3-on-1. Like just on the question of petroleum, every one of them was all for eco-friendly, green, everything, which is fine. But the only one that said yes to the question was Pierre Poilievre. And it just seemed like there was this split between Jagmeet Singh, Yves Blanchette, Carney on one side and everybody else. And then there was just Pierre Poilievre all by himself, just kind of smiling, going, "This is what I stand for." Honestly, the only guy that represented the entire middle class yesterday, not in the sense that none of the others do, but the only one that was fighting for West and energy and trade and cutting bureaucracy and so on was Pierre. Mm-hmm. But you can imagine the three other parties have a lot to answer for, and I don't think they're going to want news agencies coming in asking really tough questions, in my opinion, Jasmin.
I completely agree with you. It's just one of those things where it's so frustrating because it's almost as though these people seem to forget that they work for us. And
Work for
they're
us.
just they're just I'm very tired of the lack of transparency, and I'm very tired of the narrative pushers. And I think, at the very least, I understand that at times you may not like the questions that some of these individuals ask, and that's fine, sure, whatever. However, they do represent a portion of the population, nonetheless, a portion of the population that at times can feel underrepresented. What am I saying? Underrepresented. There we go. Among other things. And so it's just very frustrating to see how one-sided things have become. And I miss the days when politics were boring. I guess that's probably the best way I can sum that all up.
That's very well put. And it's definitely not boring right now. So Ezra Levant has just been removed by security. He physically invaded CBC's broadcast space and threatened violence. It seems there may have also been a physical fight in the media room instigated by Rebel News.
No.
Seems a little doubtful.
This is like this is an Alex Jones Cenk Uyghur scenario.
I'm sorry, what did you just call him?
Alex Jones / Cenk Uyghur.
Okay. Kian Bexley says breaking the debates commission has Ezra Levant in a holding room after a Hill Times blogger verbally attacked him in the media room. And he was just tweeting a little bit before. Debates chief Michael Cormier tells CTV News that he intends to limit the participation of independent journalists by changing the rules yet again. He explicitly said he will keep his proposed changes secret until the last possible moment. So it's interesting. There's a whole lot of he said, she said going around right now. And believe it or not, the people who just mindlessly slander this stuff seem to be the least believable.
Oh, CBC's reporting on it right now.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
Are they reporting that a 7-foot-tall Ezra Levant personally said that he was going to make Canada great again, and that he is, I don't know, murdering kittens?
That is so crazy. That's exactly what they said, actually.
Yeah, I mean they're nothing if not predictable.
Hold up. I mean, to be fair, we are talking about a guy that's willing to take like a 2-mile walk following like a Jeff Bezos or who's the guy, Borla. Like
to be fair, I mean, have you seen Jeff Bezos' new fiance? I'd walk behind that for a couple miles.
Same. I second that. No homo, but I would. Maybe a little homo. No, I don't know. Yes, though, she is a beautiful lady for sure.
Yes, and she's so down to earth.
Thanks for inviting me, Shaun.
Welcome to what we do on this side. If it's always the women that surprise us. You remember the first, what was it, BC, when Anita Krishna and the glory hole thing, and that just sent us like completely off base of where we were trying.
I'm sorry. What did Anita say about that?
Oh, it was a whole side thing.
Well, it was the whole COVID glory hole.
You're all
thing
here for the debate. I know you're all here for the English debate. I know it, but you're here for the laughter too, and we're gonna have some fun tonight. That's what.
And for the glory holes.
And for the there you go. All right, hey,
Julian, I never want to hear that come out of your mouth again.
No, so listen, just on a quick note, in terms of what I think is going to happen today is going to be no different than yesterday. Everyone has already shown their cards. All we're looking for is like chinks in the armor of what was being said and what has been said and how they pivot.
We can call them that.
Yeah, we can. Chinks in the armor.
That is actually, that's true. That's a thing. I got called out on that once when I was doing morning radio and I had to Google it. And I was
so let's call it
that's
Arabs.
Actually what
let's
it's
call
called.
it. So let's call it Arabs in the armor. Okay?
Arabs.
So I get to say. Okay, I get to say that Arabs in the armor. Okay, I'm an Arab, so I get to say that, right? So, all right. Being the only non-white person here in black and white, because I don't believe in color.
You need to run for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I do amazing. I'm sure I do amazing. Give me all your money. And I will.
Do you have a Maserati?
I don't need the Maserati. You get
No,
in,
you
get
do.
the
You
Maserati.
do. You can't run the NDP without a Maserati.
Habibi, you get in, then you get the Maserati.
Julian,
You
can you run the NDP without a Maserati? Is that a thing?
Nowadays, no. Apparently, you know, I think I told this story to Jasmin, but Jack Layton, he was such a bum, and I used to harass him to dress better.
Okay.
And in the last election, 2011, I kind of gave him all of my ties. So I was like, Jack, your ties look like crap. So he stole all of my ties, and he died and took my ties with him.
Like he got buried with your ties?
No, but I never got them back. I don't know who.
All piled on him too. He was, he was in a blanket of ties. Julian Newman's ties.
I had all these like $200 Xenia ties, and he took them all for the campaign, and he'd wear them. And but then anyways, the point is, he didn't have a Maserati. He went around on a bicycle.
Yeah, no, but honestly, this is what I hope today we're going to see. We're going to just see everybody that's going to come on and say the same thing. I wouldn't be shocked if you're going to hear for the first time Blanchet say clearly what he wants. He does not want to be part of Canada. He's been saying this way before Alberta. He just wants to get out, and he's like, we're a nation.
Twos, are we going? Twos, you got it there?
Yeah.
Well, let's get to her. Oops.
If, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it.
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada.
What a stupid
people
name.
at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs.
Is he wearing a daisy?
Counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Poilievre, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you.
He's wearing
Steve,
Canada.
Actually, you know
to
what?
Our fellow
we need to get somebody
contestants here
ex-military
today.
to
It's an
chime
honor
in
to
on
be
what
here.
that is.
What would I do different? Well, I'll start by what I would do the same. I
Don't know
think
for
we
sure,
do need
but-
to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the
A
United
tariff
States.
is a tax. You're going to respond
And
to high
made us
taxes with higher taxes?
Incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what would I do? I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs, so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Which we are
Mr.
not
Singh,
in
you
right
get the
now,
next
to be
question.
clear.
Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town. I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how
He changed his turban color.
and as a community, people lived.
It
on
was
one
blue
side,
yesterday.
worked on the other. People traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada. But we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent and less dependent on the
So-
United States.
So
Mr.
he said
Blanchet,
that
for
the
you,
thing
what
was
supports
unprovoked,
would you want to see for
but
industries
also
affected by
that Canada's
tariffs?
been dependent
many,
and
of course, of
reliant
which
on them,
are in
which was
Quebec.
why
Yeah.
Trump said this in the first
Wait,
place.
wait.
I'm in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on
It's
Quebec
threat.
economy,
He is-
Canada
he is a
economy, and
threat.
Mexico economy.
Threat.
But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy
Acknowledge.
is built differently.
Yeah,
challenges are not the
equalization,
same.
motherfucker.
The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly.
Did he
its
say
own
Mississippi or necessity?
education is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are.
Got that,
and the way
Steve?
we handle
Got that
And
too?
who you are,
So
and who you are.
we have the right to be
You know that
different,
there's
and if
W's,
this
right?
difference
You guys
is
can try
being
them out from time
respected
to
by
time.
Whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. Okay, we now move
Main thing
into
that's good about the debate is
I'll
that they
start about Mr.
don't have
Carney's
the
view,
Green
and then
Party.
we go from there. Do you still
That is probably
support
the best part about
dollar
the
for
debate.
dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off.
By the way,
from
look where
dollar
CBC has them on the screen.
we have
They
to
have them on
recognize
top of the
that
screen,
role,
Carney.
too. The United States economy
As
is
number
more
one.
than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of
Sorry.
our counter tariffs.
What are
is
you
to have
saying here,
maximum
Vesper?
impact
Or are you
on the
looking
You
United
look
at
at the
States
screen, they have him on top.
impact here. So we have to think
You
about
see it when they
the
turn back to the whole
Canadian
scene.
businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they
That's
ship to the
literally
United States.
Trump's
That's what
plan.
Trump said.
You're
Do
saying
that.
that
We
he's
also
evil for
have
doing it,
carved
and
out
you're
the
doing
Canadian auto
literally
parts
the
sector.
exact same
Last
thing.
point, I know you're pressed for time. The Canadian auto parts
my
sector,
word.
so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S.
Mark
so that we
Carney
get them
is
where we need to.
literally
Oh, yeah, if you want in,
going to
then
be
Mr.
talking
Simmel.
about how it's going to be
Mr. Carney,
huge.
You claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor,
Booyah!
economy is
Shots.
weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the US a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas.
He's so smug how he like
Possibly
signals.
think it's a good idea to give the Americans
But it's beautiful.
a monopoly
So
on our
respectful.
energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade.
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Simmel.
Sure.
My man.
So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as prime minister.
No, it
And this goes
isn't.
to the heart.
You've been
of
the
coming to
ventriloquist
Americans
guy
with
the
strength,
whole
but doing
time,
the right thing for Canada.
and the whole
Within the
crowd's
first week as
booing
Prime
you,
Minister,
and so
I
you
sat
pulled
down
off
with
the
all
dummy.
premiers of the
You
provinces
pulled
and
your
territories,
hand out of the
as well
dummy's
as the
ass, and you
leaders
said,
of,
"Okay, now part
the
2 of the
Indigenous
show, and it's just me,"
got an
and you're going to
agreement
pretend
with
like
all
it
the
wasn't you
provinces and
controlling the
territories. Doesn't happen
dummy the
very
whole
often. Got
time.
an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13.
Instead
First
of
point.
13.
Secondly,
First
to commit
point.
the federal government to do its part.
Does
by
size
Canada.
matter,
Since
When
everyone?
did Nova Scotia
Canada.
have an economy?
Size always matters.
To commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about
Sorry,
pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying
That's not
on
possible
provincial.
under
Yes, it is
C-69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
It
it's
is
not.
the impact
Under
assessment.
C-69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move
Yes,
forward.
no,
now.
Gotta let
jump in on
okay,
this.
Mr.
Just
Thing's turn, please.
The
Of course,
anti-development
of
law.
course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have made Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those
The only
tariffs
jobs that are
is that
getting
we've
lost
lost
the next
jobs
couple
in
weeks are
steel,
yours.
aluminum, and the auto sector.
That's for
People
sure.
are already losing their jobs. And while Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do? If I lose
Same
my job?
idiot that propped them up.
Workers aren't
How do I pay
on
my
EI.
bills?
That's kind of the
And
whole
EI only
point, is
covers
that when they're on EI, they're no longer workers.
Maybe 40 years ago, that would have worked.
But
Right
that's
now, most
not even the
workers
point. This is
their
the same guy
entire
that propped up the
food
same
bill,
government that did all this.
their rent, and to put food on
And
the
who
table.
threatened to sue me
You guys
when
not-
we tried to
shows
get them
Canadians that
to.
you didn't make it a priority to protect
I
those
forgot
against
about
the government.
that.
I'm sorry.
That's
Wait a sec here.
We have not heard from
this
Mr.
guy
Blanchet
threatened to
yet
sue
in this
you?
segment. So
He threatened to sue me and he banned me from the party personally.
Canadian leader saying one thing in French and another one in English.
We'll get to that real quick.
Yeah.
We'll get to
Yeah,
that real quick.
let's
Oil
There's a
bookmark
pin. There's a
after later.
daisy pin in that one.
Hold on, the Francais is talking. There's only one French guy.
You would
That's
use
not true.
emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
let's get from Mr. Poliev and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97%
He
of our
said he
oil,
wants a pipeline
100%
of
our
talent.
gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because
No, we send
don't
it through
have
the
a
Panama
pipeline.
Canal. Oh,
And
well,
now
yeah, I
there's
guess
this
line
law,
5 too, yeah.
Liberal law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single
Plus the
biggest
$100 million
export.
worth
Why
of
would
Russian
you not
oil we bought
repeal
last year.
This liberal law, isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
At least
But the
Trudeau had
shape-
better hair.
Let me pick up a couple
Well,
of
the
points.
shape of his skull is very off-putting.
The carbon tax.
Yeah, it's because
That's
he's
the
got
first thing. Second
it's a
thing
lizard mask.
is made a
What a
commitment.
great idea.
Made a commitment that all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those
Question was
companies
about
most affected.
pipelines.
Ow.
There were several points.
He's
raised,
not
and
going so fast.
Steve, if I may regress, I'm trying to do it quickly because several points raised. All proceeds go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines. That means carbon capture, storage. That means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month. Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Poliev, you want to come back on that?
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the government of Canada to actually duplicate
So
the
what
same,
Mr. Poliev is saying is that
the
have no
same
rules,
project.
have no regulation,
have
have
one-stop
no
shop.
controls
Mr.
over,
Singh, let's-
over any
Wow,
energy.
someone's carrying water.
Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That
That is not true. In
incredibly
fact,
hyperbolic.
Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple
It's the first
levels
time
of
I heard you care about
referral
the environment.
that takes now
Oh my word.
16 years to
That's your
get a
position?
Oh my
major
God.
project
4
approved
years
in
from
this
now,
country. That is why
Jasmin
in
Singh
the
is not
last
going to be
10
allowed
years,
in the
we've had
debate.
the worst economic growth in the entire
Liberals
East
bought a
time I've
pipeline
ever
that
heard
did
you
not
talk about the
afford
environment.
fourth pipeline.
liberal term. We need a change, and the conservative
Only,
plan.
it's weird how he's arguing with
the
not the
so
government.
we can get our energy.
I don't
to
know,
market.
man. I would feel like I'd be arguing with a Q-tip if Jasmin talked to me.
About who's more pro-pipeline. I think what we need to do is, I mean, it's clear the Liberals bought a pipeline.
Q-tip.
Pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do.
That's
if we're
not the
talking
full
about-
fact that they're
truth.
still
We need
talking
to
about
build
that
an
as though the
east-west
Liberals
grid. Let's
bought
use our power
Alberta
as a nation
pipeline
to build
tells
a
you they
national
know
project
absolutely
that creates
nothing
good
about what
jobs,
actually
that
happened.
strengthens us for the future. where
It's
we connect
intentionally
the
dishonest,
low-cost
and
energy
anybody who
from
spouts
jurisdictions
that
and
line
provinces across this
is
beautiful
either
land
an
and have
idiot
low-cost
or
energy
trying to
for
lie to you.
businesses, for people, so we
He's
can build a
both.
stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly,
I don't think
Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the East-West grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor. Huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got,
Centralize all power.
Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this. This is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill
Definitely
people's
like how he
mind.
ignored the question.
Quebec has, by law, its own
One of the things I like about him is that he gives
review
zero shits about anything.
institution. And you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no,
Just say.
it's no.
Je sais.
Good. I know.
Just
This is
say.
in mind. This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to
And do
do.
you
in a-
understand
this
another
is what-
point
This is
fast?
what we need. This is what we need to do in a crisis.
No, it is not.
And then Mr. Pellier.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least
10 years.
14 years.
Oh,
Mr.
it's worse.
Trump will be 90 years old, not president. And somebody, of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Polyev, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of Liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs,
Sounds wild when you
we
say that.
actually
Sounds
we
like-
actually need to get things done.
100%.
We
He
need
needs
a
to start-
change.
he needs to
and
talk
our
faster.
conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up ready, shovel-ready.
By the way, notice he's the only one with a Canadian flag on his suit.
LNG liquefaction export.
I don't know what
plant,
the daisy means.
pipelines.
I think it's something for nurses, but that doesn't check out. So
Electric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2
Can I-
feet for a change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we were talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically,
bad
to
at
build a
communicating
Canadian economy.
as a public
We
figure.
need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that is
will
our
give us
time in
strength
this
to
segment.
the US.
That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I
He
got
talks like he's in a boardroom, not a
making sure
debate.
everybody comes to time.
Well, he spent his
And
whole
I'm keeping
career in
an eye as
boardrooms.
well on
Yeah.
making sure that everybody gets rough justice.
That guy
over
looks
here.
like a cartoon
That
character.
concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next,
he kind of looks like Johnny Bravo if Johnny Bravo wasn't blonde.
Like if Johnny Bravo had a really hard decade or two.
Yeah.
Lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Like if he was 48 on his third marriage and living in a van.
A big, powerful, bring it home tax
Anyways.
cut on work.
So
Where's Clyde?
Clyde said he was going to be coming in soon. Yeah, also
What's a
hates us.
slouch?
He went and got his teeth looked at. So yeah. Yeah, he was getting his zoobs taken care of.
I thought it was absolutely fascinating that Jagmeet Singh in any
They're
way.
starting-
back?
They tricked us. They tricked us.
The back?
Yeah.
average house for
So
$450,000.
why will your housing plan work?
But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change. And our Conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes. 2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
Okay, everybody let him talk.
I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying, I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's
Which is never.
worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs?
Why am I
On top
standing
of
next
that,
to these
people are worried
greasy
about the
people?
cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions.
Russia did
we
it.
can also ban corporate
Venezuela
landlords from
did it.
buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that
And
are ripping
basic
you off, that are
economics.
price gouging you. And we know that price gouging
Like
is one of the major
Brookfield?
reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney
There's
talk about
literally no such
the
thing
fact
as
that
price
these are the
gouging.
corporations
Thank you,
ripping
Mr.
off.
Singh.
I
That's
will.
time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
Bro, doesn't his brother Goratan have lobbying for Metro against Loblaws?
Yeah,
Isn't that what he was
he's a
doing?
lobbyist for
Which are
Metro. Yep.
65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one
You know,
should
the
not
NDP
be
did
entitled
research
to
into
high
why they
minimum
lost all their
tax
seats in Quebec.
in order not to pay.
Yeah.
And the number one reason is Jasmin's
France,
turban.
not to pay billions of dollars in taxes.
I
that
assumed it was
could be
because they
used
didn't have a single
to help
policy
the
based on
situation
basic
of elders.
economics.
Those
No,
are
the main thing, like you'd call voters and ask them, like, and it's like, why did you used to vote for us? Why did you stop? It's like this fucking guy looks like he's running to be the prime minister of Punjab.
on housing
Despite the fact he
price
was born
to
in
make sure that
Newfoundland,
the
I
whole
want to say.
budget of elders
I
and
don't know.
families and
But that's how
work
people
Born in Canada.
But in Quebec, that's how people thought. I don't know in the rest of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes
Totally
built-
looks like he doesn't give a rip about any of this.
Why
Kind of got
I
resting bitch face.
entered this contest because of the housing crisis, the housing crisis and the Trump crisis to help fix it.
When did we get Biden to run for prime minister?
approach is
That's what I
fundamentally
want to
different
know.
because
When did
need
Biden
We
get
are
so
always
old?
behind on the US, aren't we?
housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the
Come
end of
on,
the
man.
War. We do need a fundamentally different approach, and with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how. Now, Mr. Poilievre and I.
What's that
you know,
industry? New
I
industry.
agree as well on reducing
Modular?
Heat
on
pumps.
first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated Canadian lumber, including in reinforcement,
Brookfield.
and uses
Vote
Canadian
Brookfield.
in all respects. We're scaling up.
Brookfield. Modular.
Brookfield for the
Minecraft.
win.
Carney,
We're going to turn Canada into Minecraft.
Singh, you get the first comment.
Well, those modular homes are just like RVs,
GST
essentially.
on
Like he
many
wants
aspects
everyone to live in an
of
RV
home.
camp.
And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make
Would
life
he
more
cut it?
affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly,
I love that you said RV when it really looks more like freight containers.
by taking off the GST off essentials. The
Well, that way we
Conservatives
can
under
get
Pierre
shipped
Poilievre
off to
voted
third world
against that.
countries as
Can you
satellites.
imagine?
The
It's like a
idea-
Mickey Mouse movie. You're sleeping and they just pick up your home and put it on the train.
Would rather give millionaires a tax break. It shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is
Shut up, Q-tip.
that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that
I love the
earn
fake
$1 million
questions.
is a good idea, but helping a family
Why
afford
does
their
he think they earn
groceries,
more than $1 million?
helping
It was
people
capital
afford
gains
their
on a
bills for their
$250,000.
internet, their cell phone, their home
And
heating, giving
it's
them relief to take the
after-tax
GST
money
off those is a
that
bad
they
idea.
invested.
But giving a tax break to people who really only earn
It definitely
over
comes off as a major
$1
lightweight.
That's somehow a good
Hey,
idea.
Twos, check your text.
First, I'm going to give him the first shot to respond. If you
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality
Rude.
is
Nobody texted me. Are we texting each other now?
while
I can send secrets.
Because I have an echo every time I talk.
promises that you are now repeating
did.
today. He promised that he would double
Maybe it's gone.
home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And how
Hey, do
here
you
we
guys
are,
think they all got the same tailor to do all their suits?
for a fourth liberal term, repeating the
No.
exact same liberal
They
promises.
all look like they have the same
to
suit.
you out of a
They
house.
do.
Just
Now
a
th-
few
why'd you have to point that out?
for the election, the liberals voted
It is
against
true.
You just ruined it for me.
Except Blanchette. Except
Yeah,
Blanchette.
exactly.
to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home. And our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those
Poilievre
homes
was
and sell
expecting to
off
be a
the
bit
land
more
that is going to be
swole
needed
at that
in
Jack
order to
did it.
build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
Mr. Carney, they're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
Okay. I know it may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone.
No, they're not.
We're in a new impersonation of him with the same
You're the guy who had his
policy.
hand up
very
his ass the
different-
whole time.
Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. Focus
What?
Trudeau
on
has better
results.
hair.
And so
Economic
how
advisor.
to drive results
Wait. I got to
in
hear
the
this.
housing market. You've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers. $25 billion on the table for those housing developers. $10 billion for deeply affordable homes. Cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%.
Sounds like he
and
wants to cut the
lowering
red tape. Isn't that what
emissions
Poilievre
and the
just said?
run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability.
No,
This
that's
is
not how
how
you drive
bring young
affordability.
people
That's how you
back
get the
into
heat pumps
housing
in
market.
Brookfield
Exactly.
Park.
And then Mr.
program.
Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the
Uh-oh,
point is to
uh-oh.
show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today.
Oh!
Blanchette
Which
going to
one?
bat for
I
the
heard of
dairy
nothing.
cartel.
As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands?
Oh!
Oh!
And you have to reveal what you own.
It's definitely good.
These, if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted it.
Vive
I
le
hate that
Quebec!
guy, but he is
Vive le
awesome
Quebec!
We need to
sometimes.
build homes that people can afford.
That's going to be the
Mr.
highlight
Poilievre had
reel
the
for
opportunity
tonight.
to show us what he could do.
I didn't
was-
know that I was falling in love tonight, but it happened.
And during that time,
With
Yes,
Jasmin?
his name is Vesper, but
he
he's
built
married.
6 homes in that
Oh
entire
my
time.
gosh.
Not something you can
I'm
try.
all yours, Twos. You know that.
200,000.
And this has
200,000.
been confirmed. And again, you were
200,000.
6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney is while he's laid out a plan, the problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust.
Wait, that's
to have
literally what he did.
this when Mr. Carney, you profited off
Your,
of it.
We're going to get
your wife
responses
is
here.
a
Mr. Poilievre
landlord,
first,
Jag
Mr.
beats
Carney.
Yeah, she kicked out the people.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
gonna hold this up to remind you.
the Toronto
6 right here.
Star, the Toronto Star debunked your
No,
falsehoods
it was
on
6
that.
homes, and
And I
that's the
appreciate
facts.
neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that year,
You
the year I was
Nice.
got up to
minister, if
6,
I
which
could,
is great.
the year,
Let's
the year,
let him
the
answer.
year I
Mr.
was
Singh, let's let him answer.
in the
It's
year I
not
was
high enough, though.
the year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built. And guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
That's what happened
And
at the end of the Conservative reign.
one bedrooms
It
rented
doubled.
out for $900. And that since that time, housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and
on
now
the
we have
Conservatives too.
now we have Mr. Carney making tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that
They
will
doubled under you
ultimately
as well.
continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities.
Certainly
and
don't
that
need
means
Conservatives.
axing taxes on home
Did
building.
someone tell
Jasmin
Jasmin to
saying
shut up?
Way so that
Yeah.
builders can actually build.
I think
Mr.
Mr.
Carney,
Jenks.
you're on housing, we need
Can
a
I-
change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark
Uh,
Carney.
I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing.
There's no such
issues
thing
with
as
vulnerable
affordable
people, ignores
housing.
the
Read
rental
economic
market, ignores
facts and
all other
fallacies.
aspects of it. So the 6 are the relevant. Mr.
He
Singh
only
is-
reads his book, Values.
are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a
Probably
different part of
listens
the
to
housing
his own
market.
self-narrated
There are many
audiobook.
Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding a
He's
misunderstanding
so boring.
of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need
Like
to do to
Brookfield, for
solve the housing
example.
crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be
Well, it's
entitled
tax
to
head
do
to
it
side.
alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your two hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot
Resign.
of things you can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real relief for people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them access their services if you're a senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people could afford childcare. All measures that Mr. Poilievre voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet
He's
voted
basically
against. So if you want
saying
someone that's
that
going
he
to fight for you
Canada
in
into a
Ottawa,
fast
to
car
actually
'cause it's
make life
going
more
over a
affordable,
cliff.
you can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. He doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you. While the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about. You Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Poilievre.
The
The
number
last
one
time I saw
expense
someone that
for
desperate was when
families
Shaun and I
today
used
is
to go to the
taxes,
bars
more
back
than
when we
they
were
spend
young.
on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This after 10 years of Liberal tax increases. We can't afford a fourth term of high Liberal taxes. That's why Conservatives have a plan for change. And that plan
Your plan
includes
voted
cutting
against every measure to help
if
people
I
out.
could, cutting income taxes by 15% for the average worker and seniors, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because
How much
hard
do you think
work
childcare
is
costs?
actually being
Dental care
punished.
costs.
Is actually being punished because of the very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable affordable home
So you want to save
on a
people
safe street.
$2,000,
And that's what we will
He needs
deliver.
to just jump in and say,
I'm
giving people paychecks, you're just doing pensions.
Cut pharmacare coverage, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
That's not a very good math deal right there. You're going to save people.
Yikes,
Where does the
Jag.
money come from?
Cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford Conservatives, and you certainly can't trust the Liberals
Mark
on their
Carney's
own.
turn.
You need New Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to reinforce that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet. Childcare in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province jurisdiction.
Depending on where you live, that's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We have expanded dental
Province
care to 8
jurisdiction.
million Canadians.
Because we
8
forced-
million Canadians.
Because New Democrats were there.
Pharmacare. These are
That's a fair point.
fundamental
from saying.
issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
That's why you
to
need
cut
New Democrats.
tax.
That's
Quebec
not what I've said.
and
Why don't you
in
just
terms
give
of-
me my money so I could decide what I want to do with it?
Yeah, absolutely. Throughout the short time.
Why
I've
do you
been
have to take my money to tell me what I want to do with it?
Premier
Well,
of Quebec?
and enact
Our
policies
Minister
that
of
actually
Foreign
affect
Affairs, our
everybody in
Minister
the
of
country.
Finance are
Like,
from Quebec.
there's entire
Quebec and
swaths
Quebec
of this
issues, whether
country
it's
Why haven't you
climate,
answered
where the whole
Mr.
dental care thing
Legault's,
isn't even relevant.
letter? He
Like
asked
Manitoba.
5 things in the letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about
and you did not even answer him. And tonight you are so
Hi,
much
Clyde.
on Quebec.
Howdy. Welcome, everybody.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask.
Hey, Clyde.
Why vote for
Whether-
Conservatives
why-
when the same
why-
Hang on,
2,000
he's got the
costing
Mr.
tens of
Singh.
thousands?
Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Yeah.
The question you have to ask is, after a decade of liberal promises, can you afford food?
Elbows up,
Is your
Clyde.
housing more affordable than it used to be? What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same liberal MPs, the same liberal ministers, the same liberal staffers all over again for a 4th term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that
That's
you are
painful.
any
Oh, well, that's
different
painful.
than the
Okay.
previous 10 years of liberal
25
government?
seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
That was good.
They
I do
didn't.
my own
They didn't
talking
actually
points.
write
Thank
any
you very much.
replies if
Um,
that came up, so I'm not
the-
sure what to say.
biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and
Oh,
foremost,
Get the hell out of here.
that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our whole
Intrusion,
social safety.
intrusion
The
in
clock is
Quebec
on-
jurisdiction
the-
over and again. I like
the
it.
clock is
We're
on
any
zero.
better than we are.
The clock
Is
is
there
on zero.
one thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better. And most of the time, you try to copy what we did with our own money against us. What's that as a policy? Don't you have your own things to care
Gentlemen,
about?
that really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their
But
points,
I'm
but
far
we
beyond,
got to move
so
on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
It should be juicy.
What up, Clyde?
What's happening? How's everybody doing?
What's going on, guys?
Oh, this is
Oh, you
hilarious.
know, just an entertaining night over here. Thursday night. What are you doing?
Yep.
We're talking.
Classic.
We're
Watching the debates.
That's right.
Classic NDP. If they're not stealing your money, they're stealing your talking time.
My favorite part my favorite part so far was the bit where they're claiming that we have an automotive industry. We have automotive companies in this country. It's the first I've heard of.
It's they're coming back to it.
People
Really coming back
affecting
to our
the central
country.
crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious
What if
issue,
we just
which is a bit
made
less
things
important
illegal?
in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers. Immigration has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion. Our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear.
By the
Some
way,
rules
Premier
in-
Legault likes
for 2 weeks illegally.
likes
before
Poilievre precisely
something
because of this.
has to be done.
Quebec wants to decide its own
That's right.
immigration.
Of one person
That's right.
asking for asylum may take as much as 4 years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type of immigration than we can afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Monsieur Blanchet. We can, of course, return to the
Same with like
immigrant-
every province, though.
Please do.
Well,
Mr. Carney, question
I mean,
for
there's
you.
more
The
people in
Liberal
Manitoba
gun
that speak
buyback
Ukrainian
policy.
than French.
not
There's a lot of
considered
people that
success
don't
by
really
many
care
people.
about
Reviving
en
it is in your
français.
platform.
Yeah.
Why would it work?
Fair.
Ferme ta bouche.
Seen with that policy is some success
J'ai désolé,
at the commercial level,
Monsieur
but not at the
Vesper.
individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And I've instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety in order to do that. So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we tighten our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun
because
industry
of the tariff threat.
that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We've banned over 2,000 of these. Every single
Including
time
a
there has been a
plane-mounted
vote
machine
in the House
gun.
of Commons on gun control,
And a bunch
Mr.
of
Poilievre
22s,
has voted
rimfires.
against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Mr. Poilievre, you can come
The
back.
biggest
on
mass
that.
killing machine in the 20th century.
Okay, no.
was
I want to
government.
hear what he has to say to respond to this.
Indigenous people are statistically.
Oh, God, he doesn't even get a response.
Are
Sorry,
you
Clyde, I
concerned
cut
that
you
the
off for
tough
nothing.
It's all good.
platform
It's all good.
will make that worse?
They're going to
I'm
set them up
concerned
here.
that
This is a
Indigenous
setup.
people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example.
He listens
of
to the
a
mashup.
wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. Killer was out of jail.
He listens
after
to the mashup. This is
60
what we've been saying
prior
for years.
convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change.
It's crazy when you hear, right? Fourth term.
We'll bring in a 3 strikes for 3 convictions for serious crimes. You go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail. We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal
Thank you,
guns
Mr.
out.
Poilievre. That's time. Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural
They run
communities.
cover for the liberals.
That there have
Yeah,
been some serious
Stompy.
concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground. And that's something I'm committed to. And the other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime.
So he doesn't know why he wants to reform the RCMP at all.
Increase investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those
Okay,
materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment.
Well played,
Which
moderator.
we'll go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one. And it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers. Why do you think that's necessary?
Why
To be
do they
clear,
need
I
to
want
have
to
charter
uphold
rights?
the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous. And I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box.
If
We
you
will
guys
also
look, Mark
pass
Carney just tweeted
laws
15 seconds ago,
prevent
proof that he doesn't tweet any of,
offenders
of his
commit
stuff.
3 offenses under the Free Sexual Rights Code. You will not be
I'm not
allowed
kidding. If you look at it,
until
he
you
just tweeted
prove
15
you are
seconds ago.
drug-free that you've
I have to
that you have
retweet
behaved
that.
perfectly, and that you've learned an employable skill, and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get Mr. Carney to respond to that. Do you think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that the one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians. And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today. I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgment.
He said he wanted to use emergency powers.
In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians from people like us on the stage.
After 10 years of not punishing
Politicians
criminals,
who may
the criminal
use
vote is a
their power
substantial voter block, and they're
override
all trying to
fundamental
cater
rights.
to it.
And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Polyev, I should get Mr. Polyev on that. Is it a slippery slope if you use it in this case?
Well, that's a logical fallacy we've been told.
Because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And the Ford case made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well, let me just start by saying,
Okay,
first of
Mr.
all, yeah, thank you. I just started by saying, let's not let Mr. Polyev get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone
Bernardo?
agrees
No, they
horrible
don't.
crimes,
Bernardo?
sentences. Judges are equipped to do that. So don't let Mr. Polyev's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone
laughter kinda
agrees
gives it
that
away.
it's
I didn't know
10 years
Polyev
it might
was
be confusing
left-handed.
people.
there should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned
Rich.
about is all of what Mr. Polyev is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place. But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms.
Oh, I thought he was going to say illegal aliens. Just
Polyev
for a
admitted
second.
that as well.
It's
It
it's
is
committed by
illegal
people, not
handguns, illegal weapons that are
objects,
used
not
in violent
tools.
crime.
Okay, but those are already illegal.
Let's stop those
The only
illegal
tool we're talking about is this guy.
in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers and having more people on the border. Mr.
Like men?
Pierre Polyev,
Is that what
when
he meant
was
by
in power and
stronger
the Conservatives,
border security
they
officers?
cut the number of border officers.
Okay.
They reduced the number,
Let's get
weakening our borders.
keeping an eye on
We
time
can't
here.
trust them
Let's
to
get
do
back
these
to
type of
Mr.
things.
Polyev on the issue of whether in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets. I don't think you appreciate, sir, the chaos that is unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many of our communities precisely because of the catch and release bail law, C-75, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific.
I'm really shocked he's not talking more about Justin Trudeau.
First is with respect
I know,
to
right?
These issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA.
Like you have 9 years of precedent of stupidity. Why are you not bringing it up?
You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening, particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000.
Taking too many French lessons. He says frontier instead of border.
Initiative where we added to.
Good
Well, I mean, he is very old.
Yeah,
We're
that's a
adding
good catch.
helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need in order to get results. You need to focus at both ends of the chains in federal.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our community safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And
Yeah, we get what you were saying.
We need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms. And that's my commitment.
Ms. Blanchet.
Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organization. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the...
Have you been to Quebec?
And whatever.
Yeah, it's like your guys' main industry is basically like poutine, equalization, and cocaine.
Being by those gangs sold and not sold, being you purchase a thing and selling sold by those gangs.
Oh boy!
From not your soul, not your soul, sold. Oh, okay.
14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of parents like I am. This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative? A sad.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh,
they
Barton.
They have not considered Quebec difference. They have not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part also of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people come into Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say,
where are your values?
Pose. Let's do things properly.
Quiet, Clyde. We got values.
Migrants in an orderly fashion and
we bought 12 editions of them.
Respect for them also.
If you wanted a word.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come in that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous Liberal-run borders. And that's why the police. That's not true, and that's why the police.
The border officers
the police.
in the
if I could. The police actually endorsed
do it
me.
again,
The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the
Sing's
guns
going to
from
go after
coming
the
in.
plum
But
smugglers.
unlike the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles. The Liberals want to
We never
protect.
wanted to ban
I want to
them. That's
protect Canadians
made up.
from criminals. The Liberals
Oh
want
my
to protect Turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes most
Mr. Carney,
sense.
quick intervention, Mr. Carney, then I got a question for each of you before this.
Wait, why are
segment's
they
up.
allowed to interject like
we
that? while
absolutely
they're saying,
fully
like, if
support,
unless they're
hunting,
addressed, then it shouldn't
rights
be a
of,
thing.
hunters and
Poilievre's doing a
Indigenous
good
Canadians.
job
So
of ignoring
I wanna raise an
Jasmin
issue
saying,
which is a serious
which is
issue.
the right thing
I'm
to
gonna
do.
There are people, we're in Montreal, in
Get
Toronto,
out.
across this country, who fear going to their synagogue.
No, we
fear
don't.
going to their community center.
When was the last
fear,
time you went to a
taking their
synagogue,
children,
Vesper?
leaving their children in school. And
A month ago.
this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So why
There's no
we're
fear. What is he
proposed
talking about?
is to make it a criminal offense.
I'm afraid to go to
threat-
Ottawa.
to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship. their school, their community center. This, it pains me that we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing. It's
Paining me watching
We
this.
will put that in place.
It's painful with the Sesame Street like language,
Right?
For this
You need to go there.
security threat.
Mwah,
10 seconds each. Ms. Poilievre.
The count.
Physical security threat is the rampant
I want
crime
the count
wave
to do our
that is
deficit.
running out of control. After the last decade, we've had a 116% increase in gun crime. We
Okay,
need to
that's
lock
10
up
seconds.
the criminals.
I got to hold you to
secure
10
the borders.
seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about
I
anything.
thought Trudeau said a lot of
Security
ums.
threats in China, Canada's China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr.
God,
Sutton.
he has no emotion. He's so
Illegal
lifeless.
guns and drugs coming across the border and cuts to services.
And this guy
go
belongs
deeper.
on a Q-tip box.
It's pretty even worse.
Last word to Monsieur Blanchet.
We're the largest fentanyl producer in the planet. It's not about
it's
drugs
not an
coming over the
export
border.
issue.
Are still dependent and entirely dependent on Americans to protect us.
Okay, that is the end of that
Fair
section,
point.
gentlemen. Up next, energy and climate.
Oh God.
Proving
That'll be the most cringe section, I'm sure.
Hey, I was at this one.
We have a solid like 27 seconds. So just when you start to get your thought in, we're going to cut back to the video. Right, Tooth? That's roughly what's about to happen.
That's basically what's happening. Soundbite from each one of the leaders, and dude, that guy, it's doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's in the background.
To Clyde's point on Jasmin, he gets to be an attack dog for the Liberals the entire time, just yipping in the background. Why don't they just cut his mic?
Mhm.
Pretty simple.
They did yesterday. They cut it off. He cut
So
it to 3.
there's
and then he cut it off.
etiquette here. Like it's supposed to be if you address one of the other candidates, then they get to make a response. But then otherwise,
Bring it up,
shut
Tiz.
On the table, so it's not.
Oh.
I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this
Natural
all in
gas and
context.
oil
We're
are
talking
low
about,
cost energies.
What
Yep.
our energy solutions are in the context of a climate
Also,
crisis.
you can't send electricity from
talking about a
BC to
climate
Quebec.
crisis.
Like, that makes no
This is our
sense.
future. We're
You
living
can, but
in-
there's a huge voltage drop.
I remember I
Oh,
met a
you'll
mom
lose a lot. Yeah.
years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out.
I love this fictitious person that he knew a girl years ago.
Yeah.
Say for kids.
He
to go
always
out.
has a story.
Fast
The
forward
people who are
5
prepping him
years
suck.
after that, and I
I
literally worry about the
agree.
same thing. The
I
forest-
knew a girl 15 years ago who told me.
didn't see this before. Saw days where there was such.
That's how I used to like hit on
air
people.
that it was dangerous for kids. We see extreme weather, forest fires, heat domes, floods impacting us.
There are
normal.
two studies
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
talking
That's
about
time. Ms.
correlating
Poilievre,
extreme
where
weather
does fighting climate change
with
land
climate
on your
change.
list of
Both
priorities? when it comes
printed
to
He's
in
going to make
Canada.
up another story now about somebody that couldn't breathe. Wait, watch it.
lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world. Look, the reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law, C-69,
Fair point.
blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand
He listens to the mashup.
electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense, and now it's time to bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. The next question is for Mr. Carney. How would your government fast-track pipelines and mining projects while also following the Supreme Court decision
wouldn't.
that
Next
requires
question.
consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and this goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force.
Who caused that crisis?
Having a
No,
process.
it means a climate crisis.
Consultation.
We only have
Who
12 years
who
left.
caused it?
Consultation with a
Who
purpose.
caused
We
it?
only have
Which is
12
to
years.
identify those projects, those investments of
Sixth
national
mass extinction.
that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon.
I'm
And so
shocked Pierre
part of
hasn't
that
brought up Brookfield.
is ensuring that First Nations,
I
Indigenous
know.
peoples are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects, and that's why. And I know you. I can tell. like, you've
Indigenous
gotta tell
members
I'm
of the
gonna come on
Bahamas
too
don't
long, so
count,
finish up.
Carney.
Which is that's why we're doubling our proposal to
Indigenous
double the
Bahamians.
Indigenous loan guarantee program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean?
I can tell I'm going too long, so let me say for 30 seconds about me going too long and then say more stuff.
That's what he constantly does.
Zero, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet.
Like
you
earlier, it's
still
like, I only have 10 seconds, so then the 10 seconds is over.
apparently say they support it.
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are
God, he has
hearing
such a beautiful voice.
numbers, and we are being fed.
He has such a
numbers,
soapy
and we'll
voice.
be back to it in
He's
the
the French Das Equis man.
Energy, trade, commerce is from south to north or north.
You got to
to
admit, he
south,
was
and it's
really
true
good
Quebec
in Monty
also.
Python and the Holy
In
Grail.
a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office. There will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities, which will provide us with
Monstrosities?
We now move to open debate.
Dude, his English is better than Carney's French, okay?
First shot at this, and Monsieur
That's a
Blanchet,
fact.
it's your turn to get the first shot.
I can't
Canada-
even rip him too hard on his English because my whole family speaks like that. So
of allowing
Personally,
these minerals.
I'm a
to be
fan of
mined.
having a prime minister
course.
who doesn't
It has
really
to
speak
be
French.
done properly.
You mean Chrétien? You mean Chrétien?
He didn't really speak English.
In North
Exactly.
America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has
Does
to
anyone
be
in Quebec
exploited.
actually speak French?
It's the best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure.
This is just
that
how
we
they
need.
talk.
We have lithium. Everybody needs
The
lithium.
guy who installed my
Lithium
internet
has to
here,
be taken
he was from
oil
Africa. He was
to
telling me he
clean
couldn't
energy.
understand the
This is
people
what
in
we
Quebec.
want to be working on. It is part
Dude,
of
I've lived here 35 years. I still can't understand him
Yeah.
sometimes.
They just speak English with a really bad accent. That's
we
all.
are in favor of that, but we don't want to pay for the $30 billion which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billion which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec.
Nobody
Those
wants
are
that.
$16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth for Quebecers.
Dude, we are Carney's kryptonite, Quebec, dude. You guys have to understand this.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec, exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And this is, it's not just
And we won't let you dig it out.
It is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to
why
develop
haven't you then?
it, how do we develop it and who are our
Yep.
partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the
Because
United
Pinocchio was running the show.
By the way,
Jasmin.
President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again
Yeah, but
the
the
unreliable.
job- the
if I
job
may,
is not
if I may,
to-
and so the
job is
discussions
to
that
negotiate,
So
not to have
if I may,
tariffs.
if I may,
Let's let him finish.
let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures
so
in
wonky.
place that I talked about earlier in terms
Who
of
cares
capital,
about these
timing,
details?
approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home.
Investors.
Mr. Singh,
Yeah, I
Mr.
think
Singh has the floor.
we should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7
subsidies.
on subsidizing oil and gas.
You give
These are
away.
highly profitable companies.
You
I
voted
think that's
for
the
it.
wrong thing to do. We
You voted for it.
Yes.
So my question
Yes.
really to Mr. Carney is,
Vive Quebec.
oil and gas subsidies. We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talked.
I promised Mr. Polyev the next, we'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Polyev.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of
He's
putting
going for a
tax
knockout punch. He's got
on
the look
our
on his
mines
face.
and our industry, and that is wrong. But so do you. You want to apply an active industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants.
You want to let them
Canadian oil and gas. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing.
Carney
for the
says
environment.
aluminium.
It will
I'm done with
actually
that.
ship our jobs south of the border, just
plan is let them
like
include as much as they
President
want.
Shut
Trump.
up, jug meat.
My plan is to bring production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions, so that we actually help the environment
Shut up.
while bringing home the jobs for our people
We have to let him
at the
finish.
same time. That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny, so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
Mr. Carney, we've got. Hang on a second. I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Poilievre's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make
The oil and gas
I'll make
subsidies
four if you want
are
me to respond
capital
to that.
cost
I don't want to answer.
allowances, which are
The
standard
first
across the board,
is
regardless
that,
of industry.
I answered this question last night, but I think
Jasmin
the puck had already
doesn't
dropped
understand
in
the tax
Canadians
code.
Games, not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies. That's
That's
first
why
one.
you need New Democrats.
Secondly,
We'll make it good.
secondly, I would have done it independently.
Shut
Secondly,
your face.
recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone. Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas export, or oil exports rather, by 50% in this country.
Went 500% over budget.
That is an asset
Yeah.
of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared, it's actually an asset of Canada. The third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big projects we need to move forward with is carbon capture and storage, the Pathways project, so that we have oil and gas
The forestry
that is
industry.
competitive, not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less, we want to have more market share. We need to do
Mr.
that.
Carney, by very
And my
definition-
government will move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and
Carney
gas.
just tweeted again.
Capital cost allowance.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to
There's
address
billions
his
of dollars
point?
we're spending. We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon
How
tax?
much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is I'm going to address the broader point. The broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan. from this
AKA non-answer.
which, by the
Exactly.
way, is going to put our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those
There's no
countries
business
care
case
about
for
whether or
it,
not you've made
liberals.
progress.
All right.
We're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices.
Where do you think
for
they get the money from that?
retrofitting
Nope,
their homes?
nope.
Or improving otherwise. And that is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters and it's better for Canadians.
Chair Polyev.
Did he
Mr.
just say it would
Carney
be
didn't answer my
better for the
question.
big
I asked how
polluters?
much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? He won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, well,
And
Mr.
liberals know
Carney
about
is
steel.
Temporarily
But you know the answer?
hidden the
You don't know the
carbon
answer
tax
either.
is-
You're just
is
throwing out random
thousands of
questions.
dollars, thousands of
You're just
dollars
making it up, though. You don't
extra
know.
cost.
Shut up, Jagmeet
Cut the
Singh.
guy's mic. Like,
Add-
seriously.
When you add,
It's weird. I always interrupt Polyev.
you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add everything,
He's
taxes
so
to the-
desperate.
to the-
He's so
when you
desperate.
add when you add the carbon tax on
Look at how nervous he is.
for example,
Even Carney's
coffee,
telling him like,
you
oh,
raise the
settle
price
down.
of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We got just a little over 3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely.
Crickets is what he's hearing.
No, we're seeing
Nobody gives a fuck.
in front of us happening right now. Speak to seniors who say, you know,
My
we
kids
used
don't need to eat. We just need to make sure that
now, we're seeing heat crises.
the
in
climate,
Canada.
come on.
Worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding. We're seeing forest fires like never before. We are living in.
You
a
mean
climate
arsonists?
crisis.
Climate change is so bad that no one's even showing up to our rallies.
What he should say is we see arsonists.
They're living it. They're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know.
Oh,
Mr. Carney is
dear.
not to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Polyev wants
You
to
will
let
not be there in a month, bro.
poison our beautiful land, the water,
Not true.
the air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not
Victoria,
about climate
Montreal,
change.
like you're
I
literally in a
think
city
people
that
should
dumps
be
millions of pounds
kept,
of shit into the
very
St. Lawrence Seaway every year.
informed about climate change because
And you've
we
never
are
said a thing
in
about it.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
a situation about climate change which still exists and is
He's gonna
very
attack
extreme.
Carney.
And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large scale carbon sequestration, sorry, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all. That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers.
Let me give
us
Mr.
be different because we can afford
Monsieur
to be
Blanchet,
different.
let me give. I will get to you because I said I would.
Carney's so pissed off.
Hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things the people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to conclude as much as
Mr.
possible.
Carney, hang on.
Doing our
Sovereign
Last
and
word to Mr.
independent
Carney in
for
this
change.
segment, please.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
word.
I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became. When I was born and when I was growing up in Edmonton, early days,
Broadly,
it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together.
Yeah, not one Canadian banker.
If I may,
The worst
may I finish? May I finish? May I
10 more seconds to finish,
Please.
please. Let him finish his point.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver it.
And that is time for the
there you
segment.
go.
Gentlemen, let
He
us go
said it.
to our final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
All right.
Leading in
I'm
a
about
crisis.
to lose it.
What happened there? Just
Okay, they're going to a quick break, so I thought I'd throw everybody on and somebody like Eli or Jasmin.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
Want to know something fun about Mark Carney and all of his ideas when it comes to
I don't think there's
the
anything
climate
fun about
crisis?
him.
No, but you know, it's so fascinating to hear him talk about all these different things about energy and how it's going to be so good for the environment. You're absolutely omitting the fact that Canada produces less than, I think it's 1.5% of total global emissions. We could be wiped off the map and it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. And it wouldn't even matter. But also the one part that nobody likes to discuss is the fact that about 96% of all of the machinery and whatnot for climate change is made in China.
Include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with over.
The budgets will balance themselves.
I want Jagmeet Singh to just openly
Issues we've been
say, I
discussing
do
today
not
are a
care
subset
about
of what we
balancing the budget.
can
I will
and
never
should
do it.
as a nation, and we can deliver.
I just want him to
And
say that.
Government
That is what
complaint
he should say.
has to be catalytic.
I
And
mean,
so
that's the
our
truth.
approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending.
Shaun
away
Newman
from
for Prime Minister.
transfers into 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government in order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carney.
Ukraine for Secretary of State.
Crisis, leading in a time of crisis. Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine.
Checkmate.
Oh.
No, it's the right move. It's the right move.
No, it isn't.
Missiles,
He wants to win
military
liberals, dude. Let him finish.
supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians.
I don't want a guy who's just to be slightly worse.
We also need to rebuild.
No, he's
our
not going to
own
be. He's
military.
helping the delusional here.
The Russians want
You got to
to make
ease them into it.
to our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic icebreakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB at Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill
Is it
the
Arctic or Arctic?
Canadian Armed Forces. We need a change to rebuild.
nuclear.
We're going to build nuclear.
Oh,
yeah.
nuclear.
Yeah.
Nuclear.
Mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world.
Don't.
And they will
We
have
haven't had
full
that for
backing
20
from my
years.
government. If you give me
He's
the
talking
honor
about
of
we're
becoming
gonna
president.
have.
Back to that one in the open forum,
Thank
because
you.
I'm not sure we got an answer
We got
about
a lot
Ukraine
of
on that one.
sailors.
Okay. Going on. Mr. Blanchet,
Sure, the answer was yes.
we'll get more details perhaps as we go forward.
Whoa.
Given the
What
US
is
trade
that?
war,
He said yes.
on Quebec independence, we put on pause.
How tall is Mark Carney?
Easy. It will happen only after the
He looks small.
negotiation is over, and that's a good
He looks
thing.
shorter than me, and I'm short.
He's
I wanna
gnome
hear about
size.
this.
We must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization.
Oh, Mark
Boom.
Carney won't like that.
Boom.
To be the leader of Canada.
He's gonna be asked that,
And
Jasmin.
I
Wait.
want to be prime minister, but I can offer to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner.
Why is he
If-
in the debate if he doesn't want to be prime minister?
In its differences,
Because he represents Quebec.
aluminum industry and lumberwood industry.
We are
and
our own
culture
country.
and
Clyde.
French
You know that.
language.
Go enjoy
Anybody
your
should
own
be able to
country.
run on any
Well,
platform they want.
Which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality. Then, if we are respected, we will be a partner, and then even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
Yeah.
Mr.
Put
Singh.
pipelines through your province, or you're not
I'm
helping.
very eager to talk about
I want
healthcare,
them
so
to ask
let's talk a little
Polyev
more
about
healthcare right now.
equalization.
Oh
You have
God,
made
you gotta talk about
many
healthcare
promises
now.
on healthcare. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for healthcare, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do you do?
Give
We've
them
got
all
to
made.
Giving
No
away
cry.
money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting
Too many
people
crises.
across this country.
Everything's a
People are waiting
crisis.
desperately in
Mhm.
line in emergency rooms for hours and hours.
To be
Seniors
fair,
are waiting
Justin Trudeau did run the country for 9 years.
years to get the
To
care
be
that they
fair,
need.
this
Surgeries
dickweed
that
was the guy that
remove
held him in.
or help them deal with mobility
Yep,
issues.
yep.
We're
So
in a serious
that-
crisis.
It's legitimate that we have a lot of crises.
They're
crises.
overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our
Got to
public
end private property.
to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions.
Hey, have you guys noticed he didn't call them the
people
coalition liberal NDP government?
And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of
Thank you, Mr.
Americanization
Singh.
and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate. And
So
perhaps
people
Mr.
stop going to
Clyde,
America to get their
here,
health care.
This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans and everything.
Why
they
are we
do.
back
If they're
here?
wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market.
$100 million
Frankly, the Liberals
worth of
blocked
oil.
exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin,
smart,
defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been a steadfast, Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up.
He
welcoming
accidentally said we
Ukrainians into
for a
their
second
homes,
before he
and
corrected
supporting them in
himself.
other ways. My first month as Prime Minister, we joined the Coalition of the Willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. step back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these
Oh,
areas.
you and your new world.
Means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for Ukraine. We have to stand by them.
Or not.
Be there.
What kind of a thing is that?
You Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine, and will continue to do that. But I
You need money for that, Jag.
About
They stand with Hamas as well.
what many of the
Why don't you
crises
send
we're
your
up against.
Maserati
And
over
one of
there?
the crises we're up against with Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system is the healthcare
He
system.
was literally
And what
defending
we've
the
learned
American health
today,
system on
Mr.
Twitter
Carney
9
mentioned
days ago.
Slowing operation spending, that's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said
When he was on the show.
that it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut healthcare at a time when it is in crisis?
Yes,
I think
actually,
it's wrong. We can't
I
do
wish
that.
he would.
We will not cut transfers.
His
for
hand
healthcare.
movements
We
are
will not
so
cut
obnoxious.
spending, full stop.
But
We'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we
if I may.
believe, Mr. Carney today, or the one he spoke at on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th?
I did not.
The one that repeated
I
again
have-
that he would cut spending.
If I may.
Who do we believe?
If I may, consistently said we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but there. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Mr. Blanchet.
I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want to propose to you all guys that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone.
That's diplomatic. I appreciate that.
Week after twice, but
That's
also,
not
but
very
in all
that's
seriousness,
not very respectful.
No, but I'll
That's
come.
not very
But
respectful.
I'm coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I come to the.
On jase.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come to the.
We're just talking. We're just talking. Jaser means we're talking. We're
In a
talking.
crisis, yes.
Yeah, you're talking on the wrong night, man. It's English night tonight.
Yeah, but he has to pander. It's pandering.
He's pandering.
It's pandering.
You mean he's bringing them bread?
Meet with all the Indigenous leaders and move forward in that context. Now, the question is, who's going to lead out of this? Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, whoever, merci, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with labor, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And one of
at least he didn't say it in Chinese.
As a credit to those people at home.
Technically,
the Canadians
that's Mandarin,
and it's our responsibility.
Still Chinese, dude.
To meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lagging. I have one small point to make. You will be elected, if you are elected in the parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilev, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once. Even if I proposed it so many times, but you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in a parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you, but this is democracy,
I'm
which
going to
you
jump
don't
in.
know too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing.
You mean Yemen? What about Yemen? Can we talk about Yemen?
I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about
this guy's back to healthcare. Wow.
This is the Hail Mary party.
Believe and love our universal public healthcare system.
They really are. They really are.
Worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, the one today or the one who spoke on
He just really wants to get his talking points in.
Democrats.
He has no talking points.
Talking about healthcare workers, the NDP was the worst at keeping healthcare workers out of their jobs
We have less than
during the
5
pandemic.
minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas, and more importantly, the terrorist sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks,
100%,
the horrific attacks of October 7th.
100%.
We need to defeat the terrorists so that
Attaboy.
the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability
100%.
to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see in our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible liberal policies of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada
not, people,
first.
People come from countries from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of
Jasmin
people
Singh's
who provide
going
care
pro-freedom
and service to
convoy
people
here.
in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out.
He's low-key standing up for Calistanis right now.
If it's been a genocide, there's nobody left to
We need
defend.
to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return
Maximum
of
effort.
Maximum overdrive.
My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is...
When did they get Deadpool to run the party?
With respect to where this ultimately goes. Yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore...
That will never happen, though.
Mr.
Who the hell do
Poilievre
we think we are that we're going to
mentioned
dictate
Iran.
domestic
Iranian
policy in the
sponsors
Middle
this
East?
region. We have to
I was
be
thinking the
clear-eyed
same thing, dude. It's
of
been
the
50
fundamental
years.
of Iran, and do everything
Why don't we just get out?
to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't know so.
First guy to say Islamist
the law
on stage.
Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people. And this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in the segment.
Make your
Mr.
own
Poilievre.
bed. He's reading
This is
Jordan
about
Peterson.
crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration.
Clean your room, bucko.
Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people. They have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. That has caused housing shortages, job
Don't
shortages,
blame immigration
and
for
healthcare
the
shortages.
fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did
I
not
didn't interrupt you. I did not
built
interrupt
6
you.
homes.
sir.
Shut
I
this
did not-
guy up. Don't
It is-
blame.
I do not blame.
Let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This
Did
is
they turn
critical
off his mic?
to get back to normal levels of immigration.
Kind
Get
of
rid of
maybe
the
they
fraud
did,
in
or
the
sounds like
temporary
anyway.
immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can be arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Poilievre. That is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what
The
we're
danger
calling
zone.
the leader's choice, something a little bit different.
All right. So,
By the way, throughout this whole debate in the last 10 minutes, there's been 7 tweets that I've counted from Mark Carney. And it's fascinating. Sorry, go ahead, Jasmin.
I was just going to ask, has anybody else posted too? I think Jagmeet Singh did. Has Poilievre's team posted anything on his?
I haven't. I have my bells and whistles on Carney, and that's all that's coming up. But I haven't checked. I bet you did.
Are they going? Toots, are they going again?
Oh, yep.
No, he hasn't. Pierre hasn't.
Plans.
It's been hours since last post.
I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Thank you very much.
It looked like they were about to
Thank
kiss.
you.
It's the smile they're exchanging there. Oof.
But your
You
track
know,
record
I
doesn't
had
show that though.
no. I have a track record of public service for this country.
No, you don't.
Something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is have I resolved any crises? We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis.
No, you did not.
Oh, way.
60 million.
But
of
may
dollars.
I, but I'm
This
in
is for these
fairness
two of them.
with Mr.
This is
Singh.
for these two.
Mr. Singh. Yes, I have had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity. And
Central banks are not the
with
private sector. Let's
experience
just be
that I
serious.
can apply
But no one's
in this
questioning your integrity,
in moment
sir.
of crisis.
And you certainly have
And-
served the
and-
country. But the problem is, who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodge taxes. And then your decisions as prime minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So the what
Thanks,
have we
Bernie
done
Sanders.
As a government directly? So we've gone directly to reducing all
It's like
of our proceeds
Bernie
from,
Sanders. If
the tariffs,
Bernie
committing all of
Sanders'
them
mom was a
for workers,
professional
workers
swimmer
most
and spent
affected
most
in
of
the
her
employment insurance
pregnancy
isn't high.
underwater,
unlike
holding her
others
breath.
who
But the amount,
plan
let's
to
talk
use
about
them,
the amount.
use them to cut taxes. We are
The amount
focused
of
on.
the EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
There will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that
for
so
those
far,
work-
though.
Well, I can't. You
could have.
couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
Could have increased the
May I
amount, though.
may I make a core point here, if I may, which is
Why don't they
that
just shut his mic off and take the camera off him?
people
I
watching
think they did for a while there.
It
there
kind of
is an
seemed like they
enormous
did.
opportunity.
I don't know.
in the-
I'd do it only when Carney would be
We are
talking.
going to build this country in a way that has not been.
I
seen
wouldn't cut it.
Literally talking about
Cut him
hundreds
for,
of thousands.
for everyone
not
else,
jobs,
except when he's talking about
careers
himself.
I think
in the
people are
trade.
worried, Mr.
And
Carney,
that's
that-
why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time. Thank you for that.
No one's
Mr.
worried
Blanchet,
about
you have
that.
The next question, to whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite, I would say, skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh. But first, let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision,
But
10
clarity.
billions of dollars were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, you have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a
Come on, let's
green
go.
investment,
Attaboy.
but we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. You say you want to support
Technically, the
oil
EU
and gas
did
industry.
designate natural
That's
gas
interesting.
as
You want to
green
support,
energy a couple of years
prefab
ago.
housing, and
It's not fossil fuels anymore.
also the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way. And Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse.
Yeah.
Within the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billions lost for Canada.
Mr.
You are
Blanchet, gotta give
having
him
your
some time to answer.
taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right
Okay,
to
let's
know
let him answer.
under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Well, the first thing is I want to say a word about. I'll say a word about Brookfield. This is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is
And
one
move
of
to
the
America. That's a
the
success
largest
story.
Developer
Yeah.
of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian
Him.
pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That
Shareholders
is-
on the New York Stock
that
Exchange.
is fire.
Yeah.
Is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that.
Jeffrey
Now,
Epstein benefited from that.
integrity.
My good friend
Jeffrey
Jeff.
Epstein's mother benefited from
100%.
that.
I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
Let's
I have followed
reveal
all
your
the
assets.
rules well in
Let's
advance.
reveal your assets like
And-
we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why
that is
don't
time,
you tell
gentlemen.
Canadians and
That is
Quebecers
time.
what you own?
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Polyev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be
Mr. Carney. But if I could,
Look at me. Oh, I thought it was Blanchett. Come on.
starting by setting the stage. The choice in this election is, after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, do we want to elect them to a fourth term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new conservative government. Because Mr. Carney is not change. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd, of 2021,
That's a burn.
you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government, to print money, which led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young
Frozen
people
bank accounts.
believe they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take. Will you look at the camera in the eye and apologize to the many people who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
You know, it's. I said,
Fuck.
Sigh.
I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying
I
you
am
were his
here.
economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that
It's
advice.
on the Liberal
And
Party
I'm
website.
sorry. Well,
Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role?
Were they
Because it
paying
says
him
today
the
you
whole
can-
time
Wait,
and
wait,
not
wait.
taking his
Now,
advice?
it says that you
I
were
think
Justin Trudeau's
the
economic advisor.
way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act.
Stop being judgmental.
When they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor, and in both cases, if
I'm
I
asking
may,
you-
It led
in
to
both
inflation.
cases, when
Wait,
I
let him snap.
for inflation. Inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible
Sir.
for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And
You
what
were-
is at
you
stake
were-
here?
You were the
What is at
economic
stake here?
advisor
What is
to
at
Justin
stake here?
Trudeau that gave
If
us
we
the
bring
worst
it back, if I
inflation
may bring
that
it
we
back,
have had
if
in
I
a
may-
generation, because the
Could I bring
policies
it
that you
back? Could I
implemented
bring
and
it
those
back?
of the MPs that are
I'm
still
going to bring
in
it
your
back
ministry.
to the
Fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the
we
last
face.
10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And
Oh,
Oh, he
Good
just
answer.
owned that. That was great.
Good
I'll
answer.
ask myself a question. Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me, and it's troubling me because
security
we
clearance.
were in a
Now here comes the gaslight.
very
Yeah.
divided world.
who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question, Mr. Polyev.
Yeah, it's a security clearance. Good job.
We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the
Yep.
challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran.
This is going to be awesome.
Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the
I
United
hope he
States.
brings up the fact that
fundamentally
Squinty
changed.
McGinty.
I'm sorry,
was
did he just say he
inflicted
raised
security
the threats from
relationships and
China?
commercial
Just let the guy talk.
And in the
I think he did, yes.
Everyone on the stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself,
Yeah,
Please,
security
yeah,
clearance.
Hardcore. Hardcore.
we have a top secret security clearance. I got mine within.
You were
3
right.
weeks.
It was a
Hard,
security clearance.
but I felt it was important that I could be in a position.
So
He
stupid.
got it when he wasn't even eligible for
He
it.
just trapped himself. Hold on.
Mr. Polyev, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, Since you
Please,
had the
Pierre, go for it.
opportunity to
Go
get
for it.
your top secret security clearance, and you've refused.
Go.
Why?
Go.
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections, I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company. You refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government, and I was able to speak freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign. And
Robust.
oh, look
at this pivot!
Robust in the Times during this campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with the top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference. And
gentlemen, that is time
we'll leave
for
it
the
at
segment.
that.
Oh, what a win!
What a win. That was a huge win.
A little bit of time.
Yeah, that
I
was
can't believe it
fire.
was that
Q&As for each of you right now. Short
Stepped on a
question,
rake
45
badly
seconds
there.
on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now.
He
Mr.
stepped on a
Poilievre, you get the first
pneumatic
question.
rake.
To the
That's
best
why
of
I
your
told you
ability,
guys
charge
walking
under
a
it.
hard
They should have
timeline
muzzled
the
themselves,
other
man.
parties have to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030.
Carney's
That
going to be like,
said,
we're going to pay more tampons.
When we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
Pretty good. Let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect
You're
to the
facing
consumer
annihilation.
carbon tax, in effect, it become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians.
Dude, he's gonna lose this just because he looks so
on the
pompous
whole,
and
they
sounds so
receive
pompous.
more than the
He's
tax
so
package.
obnoxious.
Yeah, right?
He's
had
very
represented,
obnoxious.
that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains
made
tax,
voters
I
happy
wanna be
is
quick.
what you did.
This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators.
What have you been doing for 10 years?
Rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country.
Your fam.
And we speak to any
Not
small
right
business
now,
owner,
statistically.
people who are in Quebec, we speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important.
What
Couple
farmer
things,
would
though,
speak
we
to
know
you?
we need to be able to set the
What?
amount of
Why
folks
would
that
you
we
need
want in our
immigrants for
country
farmers?
at a level that it meets our needs. So I
Farmers
would
need
consider
temporary
that
foreign workers. He's looping that in to something
based on
that's
our
long
economic
standing.
needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. that's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you were worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right
3
immigration
a.m. and the
levels.
lights
Thank you,
are
Mr.
coming
Singh.
on.
That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, with the carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we
It's a tax.
invite
It's a
big
tax.
big emission companies. I don't know how to translate that to reduce their.
I'll translate it for you. It's a tax.
It is a
Then
tax.
they
Yeah,
actually
100%. I see it on my hydroelectricity bill. It's
can
called other
reduce
fees.
Emissions. Our partner is California.
Ultra
which
fees.
makes this
Ultra
a
fees. Yes. Sorry.
There's ultra fees.
reducing emissions. This is what
And you're
we
like, when you call them, what are the other fees?
become
You're like
Okay.
gestion.
And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than
Merci,
doing
Mr.
nothing to
Blanchet.
fight climate.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here. Left to right again. And 30 seconds this time.
Funny.
Monsieur Poilievre, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime
Of
Minister.
course.
Woo! That's still the plan.
Yes, CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit. That
Somebody just wrote on my Twitter, Xi is
sponsorships,
tweeting for Carney.
advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will ensure Canadians who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system.
Tax avoidance. Oh my goodness.
We've got to have fairness, transparency,
The ability to get visas in America
and competitiveness.
easily.
We need
Caribbean
a tax,
bank accounts for everybody.
including being part of a international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time.
Means
Mr.
no.
Singh, the question for
Clyde,
you
he
is,
needs to make a
if you
maple
hold
syrup
balance
credit
power
card.
After this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We wanna
He's
make
already
sure we
got
bring
the
down
pension.
industries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Poilievre, who wants to cut it, and we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens in response to that. And selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet? kind of the
Employees
same
are not
question.
job
You
creators.
hold the
Sorry.
balance of power in the next minority parliament. If it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada
I don't
wants
even
to
want to
do
hear
for
it.
itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of
I'm talking about impositions when we all have to learn
Party
French
and
in
equality
grade
between
school.
people. So I want to be a
Hey, we
part-
came here first.
I want
okay?
one
Quebec
language
is
cereal
respected.
boxes, motherfucker.
Canada has nothing.
Hey,
to
hey,
fear
we
from
came
the
here
back.
first. You all
We
know
go
that.
for what is good
Yeah,
for
and the
you,
smart ones went to Louisiana.
for Quebec.
Thank you, Monsieur Blanchet.
And look
Now,
how that turned out.
one last question.
Yeah, they speak English.
Right to
Yeah,
left.
they got gumbo and
Bit of an
jambalaya.
Yeah,
Mr. Blanchet,
you mean
what is
Cajun?
your
Yeah.
biggest regret during this campaign?
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have
Great
started
meat sing is my
sooner
biggest
and
regret.
see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
I am my own biggest regret.
I would love to get many communities that I
And you
wanted
can't
to.
afford a
I
plane.
think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories and then to take their stories and concerns
Nobody's
and
showing
bring
up.
them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even though I haven't made it to
Really
your community,
fighting is like
I'm not fighting
outside of
for
Parliament with guys that
who are
call him a corrupt
offended.
bastard.
And we
That's
never
true.
let any government cut our healthcare. that we defend the values that we care.
The only guy who fights is with voters.
More affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
Fight me, bro.
Thank you. Mr. Carney, same question. Biggest regret of the campaign?
I'm to be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country.
Probably asking Polyev a layup.
I regret not being here for the past 40 years.
I regret never being here.
Hearing their stories.
I regret moving to London.
And ideas
all my life.
And working to be part of the solution.
I regret saying I would
the greatest
do this.
honor of my life. But the regret,
I regret that island vacation. With
I regret
I
leaving
actually
that
agree
island
these two
with Jeff.
gentlemen. I had a rule that at all my rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of a flag and greet every single person and hear their stories and learn their struggles. And that was always touching to me, that they would put their faith in me or in any of us.
Yeah.
But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you
regret
to know,
drawing such large crowds.
I haven't forgot about it.
Yeah, just
Thank
a
you.
humble flex.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev.
I regret I had such a large crowd.
I regret that you guys suck so much that no one's showing up
You
to
get
your
first
thing.
word on a closing statement.
Certainly. Thank you. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa, to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada.
You just did the Bernie Sanders thing.
hold dear.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney.
we are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country.
And if you win, they will.
We're all going to stand up against Donald Trump.
And then what's good China have?
I'm
What's
ready.
China going to have?
I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong.
Correction, counter tariffs.
The honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens français.
Oh, here we go. Did he speak English in his final statements yesterday?
Wait.
What do you do?
Become Canadians like all Canadians.
You just translated it.
But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front.
An ally.
For Trump.
And a lie.
Yeah. No, it's an ally, not an ally.
Get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight. 2 quick points before we go. Number one, One of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Bonne fête à toi.
Change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go. That's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11
Showing
days
his bias.
April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advanced polls.
Good.
So when do we get to see the after questions? When do we get to see the post debate questions? This is something.
I'll keep it up. And if they go to that,
keep it up. We've been holding back five. Well, I've been holding back 5 racehorses here that have all been just waiting to chomp in and talk and everything else. Have at her, folks. Have at her.
All at once, or are you going to moderate this? Is it going to
Do
be
we,
like,
do we rock, paper, scissors?
Is
to
it going to
see
be
who
5
goes
jug
first?
mates just talking over each other?
Yeah. Okay, can we
Here,
all agree?
I'll start.
Okay.
We're gonna start with the only lady in the room. Okay, Jasmin, your thoughts on the debate?
I will say something slightly positive that I noticed that I appreciated. You noticed even between Carney and Poilievre a couple of moments where they were like looking at each other and kind of smiling and laughing, and they had like some good decorum. And I always appreciate to see that, even if it's with people that I don't particularly like. Jagmeet Singh, wowza, that was a nightmare. And I think overall with Mark Carney, you know, at the end of the day, the amount of times that he mentioned Trump, crisis, oh, I'm the guy to save you. I'm so tired of that rhetoric. I think the Donald Trump stuff, don't get me wrong, it's frustrating. I hear it. Like I hear when people are stressed out about the tariffs, especially like people in my life who are talking to me about it. I get where you're coming from, but I'm so tired of the Liberal Party wanting to get votes based on fear that they create, and they want you to be scared. And so because you're scared, you're going to vote for us. And whereas Poilievre to me offers hope, I feel empowered when I hear him speak and I hear his ideas and plans make a lot of sense to me. And so that's just like such a grave difference between the two. And also Blanchet is, wow, he may not know this yet, but we might be best friends. I would never vote for the Bloc. Obviously, I'm in Manitoba, but I was very impressed with him tonight for sure.
Do you want to go one by one? Sure. Julian, fire away.
Well, I'm curious who you guys thought was the best.
Definitely Carney. Totally.
I think it's nuanced. I think it's a bit all over the place. So, I mean, Carney was obviously prepared for this one. When it came to Pierre Poilievre's question, that was a knockout move at that moment. It seemed like Jagmeet was very focused on interrupting Pierre the entire time. That seemed like a very fixated thing. Like that was what his role was. And if you look at the cameraman's reaction to it, it seemed a lot like the cameraman was prepared, or whoever's doing the switching board was prepared to have him in the shot when he would interrupt. So I don't know. I'm not throwing out conspiracy theories, but just saying that was a feature of the debate. Blanchet, largely, why are you even there if you're not trying to become Prime Minister of Canada? Yeah, okay. We had the French debate yesterday. You spoke to all the people that speak French. So I mean, honestly, let's hear more from all the other candidates that want to be Prime Minister of Canada. And in that vein, it's like, why is Jagmeet Singh there anyway? I mean, it really is Carney and Pierre Poilievre. That being said, Pierre Poilievre, this is a new character, I think, that we've discovered in the past few months. This is the somber Pierre. We've discovered a bunch of different Pierres. I think their focus groups have decided that somber Pierre is the right Pierre to have at this debate. I've nicknamed him PR Poilievre. I like natural in his own environment Pierre. I think that's my favorite Pierre, but obviously they're going for the win. So they're going to go with the Pierre that meets the maximum amount of people being happy in the voter blocks that they're looking to get. Either way, I do think Pierre shined in this one. Carney was a trip up on a number of things. Jagmeet Singh didn't look fundamentally serious at all. And Blanchet wasn't there to win. He was there to just give a voice to Quebecers. That was it.
Twos?
Well, thank you, Shaun. I think that by and large, Jagmeet Singh could not have done worse. He could not have. He looked desperate. He reeked of desperation the entire time. It was embarrassing. Like, I felt bad for him, even though I hate the NDP. Sorry, other Newman. I've been saying this for a long time. The NDP are not a serious party, and it could not have driven home harder than it did tonight. I think that Carney did a giant fumble in terms of the one-on-one with Poilievre at the end, especially when he gave him the security clearance question. That was just the worst thing he could have done. And then him just not being able to clap back on the stuff Poilievre was hitting him with. Blanchette had the best, I guess you could say, zingers. I don't know what les zingers out of anybody in the debate, but Poilievre, he got handed the win on that when Carney just teed him up for it. So it was just interesting how everybody screwed it up. Jasmine's got her hand up. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm a dick. I didn't mean to totally interrupt your train of thought there. I just saw CTV News posted, though, that the debate scrums have been canceled due to security concerns.
Oh,
wow.
So no media questions today in English.
That sucks.
Okay.
That sucks.
Well, that was
Vesper?
all I had to say about that high level.
Yeah,
So,
Vesper, you're sitting there you're deep in thought. You're muted.
He's
You're
muted. And he's doing the Twilight Zone thing with the camera shifted.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It was cool. It was moody. I felt like I was watching Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer. Well, actually, I just saw Tamara Litch. She just retweeted Kean Bexty to answer Jasmine's thing that this liberal reporter from the Hill Times lost his mind, begging Kean Bexty not to ask Mark Carney about his candidate Ryan Turnbull, who called gays perverse and referred to faggotization. This reporter defended Turnbull, saying he loves faggotization, and then started screaming at Ezra Levant, "These people are broken." So
they're not
then
the broken ones.
No, but that's not the point. That's the whole what started this whole fight. It was from the Hill Times about something related to what Ryan Turnbull said.
Looks like Alex Zoltan got it on film. You got it on camera.
Yeah, no, I'm sure, but I just wanted to add context to what started the whole thing. It was about Ryan Turnbull, and it just led to more. Okay, where do I go?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Can we just all tip of the cap to Alex Zoltan for possibly having that on film? If I was going to pick one guy to get that on film, it would be Zoltan, and I think that's amazing. Carry on, Vesper.
Yeah, Alex is awesome. I picked him up from the airport when he came here in Montreal, and we hung out. He was deep in debate about what he was going to ask when he had a chance, and he had that. I don't know if you guys saw that wonderful 2 questions he got a chance to ask Mr. Brookfield. But anyways,
I was sad because I heard his other question that he had planned for tonight, and if that's not happening, it's a real shame.
From my perspective, and so everyone that knows me is I'm CPC, Pierre Poilievre, and all this stuff. I'll start from the bottom. Jagmeet Singh. Under the ground, Jagmeet Singh. This guy knows he has no chance to do anything but to be basically a chihuahua, and it didn't work today. He actually looked very immature, and quite frankly, it was. I would have preferred, if you would believe it or not, Elizabeth May rather than Jagmeet Singh. She would have at least
see that.
I don't care what she would have said. She would have held a tone that sounded more mature and not like a brat.
She's better drunk than he is sober.
As far, come on, Twos. Dude, you threw me off.
I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. Don't throw me off. Give me a sec. I think Blanchette. Listen, I don't care what any of you Westerners say, and
clearly you don't even wait for us to vote to decide the elections.
Yeah, precisely. So please get yourself in check for a second. All right. So number one, Blanchette is a necessary evil. The one that put Carney hardest on the grill today was Blanchette. You
That's
guys
why we're
may-
best friends.
Right. You may not realize it, but Quebec is the kryptonite to Carney because it exposes every hypocrisy that he stands for. While everyone else is bitching about, that. Think of it this way. You guys are fighting for common sense on energy. Quebec has gone full retard on clean energy. If you go, you take a full retard candidate against a half retard candidate, his worst enemy is the full retard who's going to expose him. And that's exactly what we saw today. So Blanchette, kudos to him for going full retard and saying, how could you say you're clean energy when you have all your investments in all these fossil fuel companies? Carney, I have nothing to say about him. He was basically a smug, arrogant, elitist. Even the way he waved at people. I know me and Julian kept noticing it, like, my turn.
Obnoxious.
Yeah, like, Oscar, bring here the tea, please. Like, he was that kind of a guy. I want to say something, and it's not going to sound very popular. So, okay, I'm very upset with Pierre today. And the reason I'm upset is because I wanted a bulldog. Now, I get what his PR team is trying to do. I've done these scrums with PR teams. I've helped in terms of how to shift the narrative, the tone, the blah, 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 and the messaging. Pierre today wanted to appeal to everybody else that saw him as very angry. In fact, Brian Lilly the other day brought up that question and said people perceive you as being very angry. Well, Pierre is a voice for the disenfranchised. Now, the question then becomes, Pierre, are you standing for what you want so that you can win this? Because today you look completely neutered. You were emotionally neutered or castrated. And that's what bothered me. It's not the messaging, but he was very neutered. And I think he did this for the senior citizens. He needed to come off like he was a very calm, very lovable boy. I did my homework, Mom. I took out the garbage, and he didn't come off like the Pierre Poilievre that we see in the House of Commons. And a part of me today wanted him, because what I was really waiting for, Shaun and Twos and everybody else, was that Brian Mulroney moment with John Turner.
I also was waiting for that.
And where he was going to say, you failed Canadians. Your party has failed Canadians. And you don't have to speak super great English to say that. You have failed Canadians in the most epic way. Everything has doubled. Food has doubled. There's homeless camps. He didn't mention any of the homeless shelters. He didn't mention.
That's a good point.
He didn't mention any of the food banks that are now completely overburdened. He was going after a base and neutered. And I'll be honest with you guys. I met Pierre. We joked a couple of times when we've met. He was very nice to me. His wife is very nice. I would still vote for him. But today I really wanted him to have that Brian Mulroney moment, Shaun. He had the chance, like Two said, like Clyde said, like all of you said. It got handed to him when that whole NSCOP thing came up. And he could have just mentioned, he could have dropped names. He could have dropped all the stuff really quickly, and he didn't.
I really wish you would have mentioned the fact that Squinty McGinty, the guy who actually wrote NSCOP, is implicated in this foreign interference that just dropped.
Right.
So like the legislation itself is itself foreign interference.
Precisely.
And it's all the security apparatus is compromised.
Yeah. And Clyde, did you notice Clyde today was all about not making ripples? It almost came off like don't make big ripples.
Well, this is why I said it. He's somber Pierre. He's somber Pierre because the PR team said, "Hey, look, we did a research group and we looked at it."
When people ask,
Pierre's the guy.
As I walk out here, they're gonna go, "Oh, how was the debate? Pierre win?" I'm gonna be like, I don't know. What did I wrote down? Jasmin, Carney's 5'7". That's what I wrote down.
He's 5'7".
Yeah,
He's a lot taller than I thought he was.
he really focused on 1 month as a prime minister.
Heels.
Trump. I don't know if you heard about Trump. Trump's a bad guy. Jagmeet was the bulldog. If it wasn't for the very end, I would have said it was all staged, because there was multiple times where Carney and him look at each other, and even Carney's going, just relax. I'll let you go when you need to. But then Jagmeet hit him with the question at the end. Now, I assume it was to cede him time so that he could talk more, but I was surprised by that. Why he wouldn't go after Pierre. That actually surprised me. After everything he did the entire time, just on the entire thing. He didn't, man, that surprised me. Poilievre missed a huge opportunity
too, by the way.
Poilievre missed a huge opportunity.
Agreed.
We need the angry Polyev. We've been 10 years of this. What are you sombering about it? I agree with you, Vesper. And then Blanchette is, if you didn't learn this from the last time he was on, he doesn't want to be the prime minister. And so you go, our debates make zero flipping sense if you can have a guy on there who you literally goes, I
Because
don't
he's
want to
the
be.
president of Quebec, bro.
No,
I know.
I'm good with that. Honestly,
Listen, I get it. I'm just
No,
going to
you don't know what I'm
say,
gonna say.
Separate.
listen, I get how this works. And there he is sitting on stage, and he had the best lines ever. The way he attacked Carney is how Pierre should have attacked
And
him
when
at
he
the start.
jumped in on Singh, and he's like,
Like,
"You
it was
voted for
awesome.
it."
It was awesome. And Jasmin's going, I would vote for him. He said it's a block, and he doesn't want to be prime minister. It's like, ugh.
And he had this smile. He also had
He
this
did it with
smile
good
the whole time.
diplomacy too. So it was like that perfect
Even
balance.
his
that we've
broken
seen with
English was a
Pierre
bit
lot.
enduring. You're like,
Yeah.
I don't mind it tonight. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, well, he sounded like he was chewing on a baguette the whole time. But here's the thing is you shouldn't have to say, I want to be prime minister to run. If you're running in a select area or you don't have enough candidates to win and you're not trying to be prime minister, you're just trying to do a party that represents something, you should be able to run on any platform you want in any way. And if people are voting for it, then that's totally fair and totally on board. Like you gave Maverick a hard time over this same thing. And I'm like, you know what? If we had Tarek El Naga as leader of the Maverick up there and they had a half dozen seats, I would want to hear what he has to say. Because it's not about whether you're going to be prime minister. It's you're a party. It's you're a party and you're representing the people who vote for you. Even if it's that fucked up province that just wants everything for free and doesn't want any pipelines to pay for it.
Well, I agree with you. And I'll enter the PPC in just for a hot sec. They literally met what they were supposed to meet to be in this debate from the last
That's why
election.
the Greens
and
got
then they
kicked out.
and then they went blue loop. Whoops, nope, we're not allowing you on the stage. We're allow old Jagmeet back on, and he's going to do exactly what he does. And they're like, nobody's voting for you. You suck.
I'm glad.
From what I understand, because I watch Frank Vaughn quite a bit, and he talks about PPC quite a bit, and he said that Max didn't actually file the registration to be part of the debate. So even though they changed the rules after the fact, he didn't even enter it. So,
but see the word
see
here
him doing that.
Here's the thing. The irony in this whole thing is that we want people to be diplomatic, but it is precisely diplomacy that lost the debate for me today.
Yeah,
Canada,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Canada is not in a place like the policies that have happened over the past almost a decade now have been so anti-charter, anti-diplomatic that for us to now stand there with a smile and act all diplomatic was not what I think Canada needs. Now, I will understand in terms of strategy, you want to win a base and everything. Pierre, Carney was stoic the whole time. He smiled like twice, okay? But if I had to pick from the kind of personality, and believe me, this is not because of Quebec, if I could take Blanchette, wash his mind of all this Quebec sovereignty BS,
he's already brainwashed, dude.
I would
sovereignty.
you know what I'm saying? Like if I wanted a prime minister today,
you want Blanchette.
I would want the character of a Blanchette who's not afraid to call out what you did.
Well, yeah, if Blanchette actually cared about Canada like he cares about Quebec, I would actually be stoked on that guy.
But
I would be like, I don't care if he's from Quebec. If he's stoked on Canada, bring him in. I'd like that guy.
Yeah, forget all the Quebec stuff. No, forget all the Quebec stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Jasmin.
I just find for me, and I try my best with this, because obviously there's tons of things that each of you are saying that I'm resonating with, and I'm like, yeah, I totally feel that way too. But I also am trying to think strategically, like you had said, like, you know, for Pierre to go off in some way, shape, or form, he would have killed it. We all know that. Like the few little attacks he did have there, I don't know if I'd call them attacks, but the little pushes that he did have were great, and we saw that. But I do think that the mass media machine on top of the Liberal Party as a whole has done such an excellent job at absolutely manipulating people into what they think Pierre Poilievre is versus what they think Mark Carney is.
I'm going to disagree with you there, and I'll tell you why
Okay.
I disagree with you. I
Go
disagree
off.
with you because Pierre Trudeau, who completely wrecked Canada and had John Turner belly button take over for him, when Mulroney was standing there, he didn't have to yell. He didn't have to smile. In fact, if you watch that, Mulroney didn't need to smile. And Pierre needed to take off that smile off his face for a second and be diplomatic and say, you have failed. And so this is where we're disagreeing. The entire mainstream media, who, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, Pierre Trudeau started this whole thing of funding all this money into the mainstream media. Were they more critical? Yeah, I'd say so. But all the polls were leaning to John Turner. If you would have watched the news at that time, it was all pushing that the Liberals are going to win and that the Conservatives are going to cut all the benefits and blah, 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 blah. You can stand there with strength and speak in a very serious manner. But I think what he just kept doing is appealing, and he came off soft. We need strength. We don't need someone to come off soft. And I'll make an argument, and none of you will believe me. I'm sure Clyde is not going to believe me when I say this. But Carney looked more stronger than Pierre today. His
stance actually, absolutely.
Yeah,
and this is why
serious cutthroat. That's it.
Again, I didn't want to drive too hard on this one because I've been driving this one pretty hard for the past month and a bit. Pierre Poilievre has made a huge shift, and he's done it at the behest of his PR team. I started nicknaming him PR Poilievre, and in the hopes that the PR team or even Pierre himself might get the hint that this is not what people like. But they've just gone full bore with this. They kept going down that path. They keep shifting. Now today's somber Pierre because, again, it's the PR team making these decisions. It's not Pierre. We're not getting Pierre. People like Pierre. And of course, the media is going to say things like, you look angry, just to get him off his game. And guess what? It worked. He's off his game. He's not himself. Believe me.
I want to push back on that a bit.
Hold on. Well, I think I'll lay my plane right here. I'll lay my plane on this one.
Hey, everyone can argue at once.
Yeah, I'll lay my plane on this one. I'll lay my plane on this one. If Pierre would have come out and he would have been the Apple interview Pierre that we all have gotten to know, I guarantee you all those people that have been convinced that Pierre's just an angry guy would have been then looked at that situation and said, he's not angry, he's passionate. That's different. It's so much different than that. And that is what they would see. They would see that in that moment and they would have been there for it. And then they would have enjoyed that. So I think it's a big ball drop to go with the somber Pierre. I know what they're trying to do, but I just didn't think it worked.
You're right. So and Jasmin's totally right too, though. And she's about to make the point that I'm going to agree with.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say something totally different now. No, I hear you, Clyde, and I completely agree with you there. And again, I'm trying to take I'm trying to take myself out of it as somebody who, I'm already sold. You already got me. And those of us here who are sold, we're already sold.
I'm less sold now because of the last month. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha. I just it's such a tricky place to be in at the moment, and largely due to just this absurdity coming out from the other side that it's like a multi-billion-dollar machine behind them of our taxpayer money, by the way. And it's just a really tough situation to be in because even, you know what, actually, this just came to me. Even let's say you had everybody. We liked Pierre when he was that Pierre. Well, yeah, but then Carney was introduced. And if you want to judge by the polls, however much you trust those sample sizes, that's up for you to decide. But, if people were so quick to switch the other way, did people really like that Pierre, or was it just that they really hated Trudeau at that point in time? And so I agree. I love the feisty Pierre, and I think that's why he still has my support, because I know that that's him. And I'm also looking at all of this from a bit more of a strategic standpoint here in really giving the Liberals and the media machine less to go on when it comes to attacking him ruthlessly.
So if I can, I want to respond to that without disagreeing with you, which is something I rarely do on this show. But I will say that strategically, you are correct. Okay. if we were just looking, are you coughing? Okay, someone's coughing.
He's
That's
choking and coughing at the same time because all you do when you come on the show, Vesper, in the best possible way, is argue, and we love it.
Listen, you're not wrong, Jasmin. It's strategically the smart move with this entire farm bot machine coming
It's a
at
move. Don't assume that's a smart move.
Thank you. The thing is that when we would plan for somebody that, I don't know, was found with a prostitute, let's say, for a company, and we needed to, how do we change?
Like Jack Layton.
Oh, well, I never did business for him, but yeah, okay. So the idea is that how do I make this so that he's palpable again? The thing is, and to Clyde's point here, where I'll completely agree with Clyde, when you are yourself and you become an overnight celebrity, not just in Canada, but across North America, maybe even in Europe, that should have signaled to you that and he wasn't angry eating that stupid apple. What he was very calm and was very assertive. And today, well, yes, if you want to add that too, of course. But the thing is, today, I didn't get a confidence. What I got was somebody that was castrated from being himself at all.
Like complacent with the situation you're put in.
So if I were in that room, in that war room with their stupid PR team, because I'm sorry, I would have said to them, here's the thing. We're at the brink of a decision, and there is obviously a dissatisfied population versus a very satisfied population. The fact that you didn't bring up Justin Trudeau's name more than once, twice maybe, the fact that you didn't bring up ArriveCan, the fact that you didn't bring up the SDTC scandal, you didn't have to necessarily go after Justin all the time, but you could have gone after every scandal for the last just 5 years. Okay. The fact that they found that the use of your Emergencies Act was deemed illegal by the Supreme Court of Canada. All these talking points. No. Let's appeal to the nice people. We are dealing with clowns after all. And I hated that. I wanted him to bring up, not because I want him to lose, Jasmin. I do see your point, but I would have said there is ample dynamite in all these talking points, and he didn't use it.
Well,
that's why I was so.
It's the same.
That's why. Oh my
the
goodness, Mr. Julian, do we need to rock paper scissors here? You know what? You talk, Julian. You haven't talked in too long. Go off.
I was just going to say it's the same strategy that lost the election for Tom Mulcair.
And the same strategy that lost it for Aaron O'Toole, and the same strategy that lost it for Andrew Scheer.
It like you can say, right? Like, I wish Pierre Poilievre was a person who was less confrontational, but you just are a person who's more confrontational, and no one buys it if you're being non-confrontational and just comes off as inauthentic and weak, as you say. Like, I think with people, you can't lie. Like, people always see through your bullshit, and the only way forward is the truth. And if the truth is that you're very upset about where Canada is, that's the truth you should be communicating. Like, lying about what you really mean doesn't work.
Yeah. And then Clyde just sent this to me. It's a perfect point. And for those of you who don't recognize the bottom picture, it's from a Primus music video.
Is that Caitlyn Jenner? Oh
no, it's Primus.
No, Primus. It's Primus. Well, it's too old for you, Jasmin. It's us old timers. As old.
Yeah, I made that meme the other day
Wow.
because I thought it was so fitting. Because this is the viewpoint. Like, oh yeah, Pierre, he's intelligible. You listen to what he has to say. It's great. But, well, okay, we need to change the image a little bit. Oh, now he's likable. Now he's this thing. And we change it enough that he's electable, and it's just this fake plastic.
Well, look, hold on.
Well, he's looking at the legacy media, or the comms team is looking at the legacy media as the gatekeepers to winning support from the masses. And the whole time where he was being himself, where he was eating the apple, he was bypassing that. He was just going right around them and appealing to them directly. And then now this new version of Poilievre, I mean, we've been talking about it on the mashup as well. Clyde, I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's basically what Jasmin was talking about where he or their comms team is more worried about the backlash from the legacy media than they are about actually winning people over. And it's doubly contradictive, because if people were looking at the legacy media pushing back on him as the people that the Liberals give hundreds of millions of dollars to individually, and then the CBC billions every year, who are shit talking him while he's saying the things they want to hear, it's going to cement his stance.
This is where the
on
win
things
is.
like legacy
This
media
is where the
even
win
further.
is.
Hold on.
That is where the win is. That's exactly it. But he's worried more
I'll
about
explain the
legacy
win.
media.
So the win here, this is how it works. The legacy media, they have you on. You have your Apple moment. What do? They get outraged by it. They're like, "Look how rude he was. Look at this clip. It's so rude." And then people are watching it and they go, "Wait a second, he didn't look that rude at all." Like, I watched that. It didn't seem rude. Wait, the media is freaking out and they're spreading the image. Then it goes on to social media. Then it goes elsewhere. And then eventually, like Asmongold watched it. It got millions of views. Next thing you know, The Daily Show's talking about it. And then it's all over the interwebs. That was months later. This is why you keep doing this kind of thing. You engage with the media, but you do it in an adversarial role, because that's what they are. They're an adversary. And you allow them to have their freak out. Don't be afraid of their freak out. The freak out is your free press. You can literally take your budget and stick it in your pocket and just go, "Hey, press, you want to talk about something? Let's watch you freak out." And then you win. This is how it works.
Just so we're all clear, by the way, I mean, Pierre did win. He won yesterday and he won today, and that's not because I'm CPC.
Marginally compared to what he could have done.
Okay, he got handed an empty net with 10 seconds
flesh it
left,
out, too?
but Blanchett outplayed him.
Let me flesh it out.
All right.
Let me flesh it out real quick. The only one that stood up today for Canada's middle class was Pierre. Say what you want. Nobody else talked about the middle class. You had Jasmin talking about his 3 slumlord friends that need more employees and their unions. You had Blanchett that could care less about people and just talk sovereignty. You had Carney talking about his energy modular sector. No one talked to Canadians. The only one that looked at the camera and was talking consistently to the working Canadians of Canada, albeit could have, like we're all saying, he could have done it with a little bit more authenticity. It was Pierre, and it was the same yesterday when I was listening to him. And believe me, I'm no fanboy. I'll call Pierre out on any shit that he says. But he was the
Even
only
as
one that
fanboys
spoke
should.
up.
That's the only way he gets better.
But that's my point. He still spoke up for the Canadian middle class. In my estimation, he didn't speak for just Albertans. He didn't speak for everyone. He spoke to Canadians who are struggling financially with their money, which happens to be not only the low class, but the middle class. And that, to me, is a win. If anyone picks Carney at this point, is because they flat out do not understand and are just voting blindly. You might as well.
I tell you what, he clinched the Brookfield vote. If you work for Brookfield, you're like, "Oh yeah, I work in that division. Oh, I got a buddy in that division. He's gonna do lots for our company." He keeps surreptitiously name dropping all of this Brookfield stuff that they're invested in.
Weird.
If I was a manager in Brookfield, I would absolutely vote the shit out of Mark Carney.
You know, if I could make a logo for Pierre, it would have been a P, a 4, and a P, and play off that and say Pierre for people. And that's important because that's the thing that he doesn't seem to, that people don't seem to understand. He's trying to appeal to people, but you needed to highlight and leverage what has been taken from the people. So if you're going to advocate, okay, from a marketing perspective, okay, if you're going to advocate for people, you have to say the reason we're advocating is because this was taken away. You can't just 10 years liberal decade lost. Yeah, you can't say decade lost. You have to qualify what it is that you're giving that was taken, and he didn't do that today. So he did defend the
there
middle
were
class.
a few mentions of it, but definitely not as big as he should have. And like I said, I absolutely agree with you. And then I'm also thinking of it from a strategy perspective too. And so, you know, you even said yourself there that Pierre by far was the one for the people. And so to that effect, I think he did good. I'm happy to see that he was there. Would it have been nice to have also even just, you know, selfishly to have felt somewhat vindicated to have him bring up some of those other things that all of us talk about on the, I guess, like on the interwebs, on the fake news, as CBC calls it, that would have felt good for sure. I would have enjoyed seeing that and hearing that. And there's so many things that we've all worked very hard to bring to light to the general public. And this would have been a phenomenal opportunity to do that. That could have also secured a win. And also, again, just felt really good because these things often don't even get any attention whatsoever. And so I'm in a tough place, like I said, when it comes to this, because I love the Pierre Poilievre that I first began feeling really inspired by a number of years ago. I've seen how much he has grown. It's been phenomenal to watch that journey. I'm sounding like a Pinterest story right now.
Yeah, okay, stop shilling. Stop shilling. Stop shilling.
But you know, I'm undecided in my own feelings at the moment if I'm more upset about that for selfish reasons than I am about what his actual performance and the ripple effect of it may or may not be. I think that's kind of where I'm at. 'Cause it's like, oh, hell yeah, I would have loved if he really went hard on some things. I absolutely thought he dominated in the security clearance question. That was just, I don't even know. I can't believe Carney even asked that. That was so stupid.
But see, that's the point, Jasmine. Why did he wait for people to ask him? He should have just gone on offense. He has ample stuff to work with. Why are you waiting for people to bring this up?
He would have had to, in all fairness, though, it would have been a little bit threading the needle to get it exactly right to where he was the Apple guy and not Thomas Mulcair near impotence.
But didn't we all walk in tonight? It's English. It's the English debate, right? And so Vesper said at the start before everybody got in here, what did you think of the French debate? And I said, well, I don't speak French, so I had to listen to Vesper break it down, and I was more enjoying Vesper laughing and everything. And it was like Vesper could have talked. Well, you did talk over the entire thing because I was listening to you do it, you know. And tonight, you know, like I think we were all waiting for, and you know, like I'm not the political nerd. I just keep hearing political nerds talk about Mulroney and his like punch out, right? And I've since gone and watched it, and his stern adult voice is what I was waiting for, right? Like, it's like, how are things going to change? Do I believe the polls? You know, me and Vesper have had this discussion lots on the polls and where they sit. And you're like, well, how do you get a correction? Well, you have the knockout punch, and it's in English. And here it is. Here we go, folks. Here we go. And you waited all night. And a couple of times there was glimmers. There was glimmers. And you go, who won the debate? Well, the most common sense thing that was talked about all night was Pierre Poilievre every time he opened his mouth, for the most part. Like, overall, he won the debate. But when I walk out of this room and people go, how was the debate? I'm going to go, I don't know. It was like, I mean, like, it's 2 hours of...
Neutered. Yeah. The debate was neutered.
I really appreciate that Mulroney moment. I really do. And I think about it every time I pay the GST.
Yeah. Julian.
I think the knockout punch for Carney was Carney himself.
Him like walking into the rake.
He just really sucks. I mean, he was just really and that's the main story of the debate. Just like, it can no longer be ignored that Mark Carney sucks, looks weird, and is really obnoxious and full of himself. And like, this was just like,
his pompousness was really present today. He spoke with like a patronizing tone.
That's fair.
The whole time.
If I was the Conservative Party, I would just make like clips, just like mashups, or you guys use the word mashups in my mind, but mashups was just like Mark Carney's hand movements just being really annoying. Like that.
And then we'll also compare them to like Donald Trump or something, and we'll say, how can you stand up for Canada when all you do is copy Trump? Reverse psychology. See?
That's, well, I mean, we both spouted it out at the same time. And we're like, that's exactly Trump's policy on tariffs. Interesting note, guys. We got over 11,000 people watching us. The only people who had more people watching live, and they're done now, was CBC.
Yeah.
Most
of them were probably bots anyways. So
I had one comment from the chat that I wanted to bring up. Chris says, Blanchett won the debate. My thoughts are that every province should be a sovereign nation within the federation. So, based on that.
Well,
but then we would have to have like every province represented in the debates if that's the case.
I am moving out of Manitoba if that is the case.
Yeah, what do you guys even care about dental care?
Ouch.
Well, the other thing, Clyde, to your viewers' thing is that, or comment, is that the Quebec story actually is a really big story. Probably, like, if the Liberals lose in Quebec, they lose. And it really does, like right now, I think they're doing well. But if that changes, that could totally shift the dynamics.
May I share something that you could share on the screen? I don't know if you guys can do that. If I send you something
Is it your dick?
Whoa.
Whoa. Can we Christian this a little bit?
It might be mine.
Okay.
It's 2025 after all.
That's
all right. Yeah, throw it at me. Throw it at me back.
Always the women. It's
I've
always
been
the women.
practicing my windmills.
Oh,
I just dropped it in the chat just so you can see it. If you want to know what the biggest Montreal newspaper had to say from the Journal de Montréal, look at what they say. So if Julian, you asked about Quebec.
Whoa! Yeah.
Wow.
This is the biggest newspaper in Quebec, in Montreal specifically. And look at what they call them. If you go down, look at what the person that's reporting on this says that the Liberals were like. If you go down, look what they call. Hold on. Go back up a little bit. Go back up. Yeah. Okay. You're going all the way up. I just said go down one. Just one. All right. Look at the last paragraph, too. Just read the last paragraph.
Okay. As Genevieve Lajoie wrote yesterday, more than 700, sexual offenders have received a Netflix sentence since November 16, 2022.
So what does that mean? You know what they're basically saying? They've all been given stay-at-home charges. They weren't put in jail. 700 sexual offenders. This is Quebec. They're talking about the Liberals and what they've done.
Yeah,
700 rapists are allowed to stay home and watch Netflix.
That's not really that many in Quebec because you guys are all perverts.
True.
You're too kind with the accent, going with like the actual French France accent instead of the
I'm talking about a serious subject here,
Hey, listen, this is the sort of thing that makes me frustrated, though, about even having, like, don't get me wrong, Blanchette was nice. He was a spitfire tonight. He kind of played the part that I wish Poilievre had a little bit more. I have no idea why Jagmeet Singh was even there with his numbers right now. I understand the logistics. I understand how everything works there. But seeing things like that, and also, I'm flashing back to when they very, very briefly talked about climate change, when they very, very briefly talked about their crime policies. I would have loved if the people who were who are actually going to win, if it was between them and they had the opportunity to go back and forth on those things. And so it's annoying how so many people are allowed, because it does cut down the time so much. And in that, you end up, and I'm sure it's very intentional, as we saw with Mark Carney tonight and his non-answers and intentionally doing that. It's frustrating because there's things that really matter, but because our politics are set up the way that they are and our government is the way that it is, you have to give time to all of these people who are irrelevant. And then you just skirt over these things that actually are really important.
You don't leave any room for Cinderella stories like that, though.
It really should have just been Carney and Pierre tonight. It really just should have.
But it should always be. But it should always be that. It should always be the two parties that are
leading.
Like that's what you want. But you made Vespers dealing with what I deal with on the far side here, folks, all the time. You made a very interesting point. The paper literally called the Liberals, pointed out that they're letting rapists out. Correct? Am I right in that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? I don't know, Twos. You make a joke about it, but that's pretty big news, is it not?
Oh, it absolutely is big news, but that doesn't mean I can't be flippant about it. Maybe I shouldn't be.
I mean, look what it says. Look what it, Shaun, look what it says. Look what it says. And after that, we are told that Pierre Poilievre is too tough on criminals. It was Trudeau who was too soft. Not just soft, but silly. He swallowed the worst nonsense of the woke religion. just to look
Phrasing.
cool to the social justice
Yeah,
warriors who
phrasing.
see racism everywhere.
Soft,
When you're
silly,
in-
and swallow all in that same paragraph.
When you're in prison for a serious crime, there's only one question that matters, just one. Did you commit this crime? Yes or no? And this is the point. If you all had your doubts about Quebec being liberal, Quebec hates the liberals, period. And everything that is coming into Quebec is just money that's pouring in for advertisements, pretty much. That's the only reason liberals even get a seat here, because of the amount of corruption in construction. SNC Lavalin, anyone?
Oh, yeah.
A new
Bombardier,
rail?
anyone? A new rail? Construction is like the hub for liberals. And I think, unfortunately, when we had a chance to call this stuff out, you know, I still really think, I'm very confident Pierre's going to win. I think at the end of the day, people are dumber than we give them credit for. They look at the chicken and it's worth $20. Hey, honey, wasn't it like $8 before? And then they're like, who's running this place? And then they look it up and it's a big L with a little maple leaf and they go, F those people. Let's go for the other party. So someone, I think Clyde is the one that said this. We don't vote. What did you say? We don't vote governments in.
We vote them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Okay,
if anyone thinks that they're going to stay after, like, people were bored with Harper and that's why they fired him. Can you imagine what they're going to do with the liberals?
Yeah, but Harper
Well, at
made
least
some
they're
crucial
never
mistakes. Like I think Harper missed the boat on the zeitgeist shifting when it came to like legal weed. That was a big enough issue. Actually, it was a big enough issue.
I remember when he did that in the 2015 election, and I went,
yeah, right. Like, oh, why don't you? And this isn't me saying like I was the biggest fan of Harper. I'm not a big fan of the idea of, you know, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, what he was pushing on that one. I didn't necessarily even agree. I know a lot of people praise him for saving the economy during the 2008 crisis. I think that Canada would have largely been fine because of the fiscal responsibility prior to that, even if they didn't get into all the deficit spending. So I don't think they needed to do that and try to take the credit. In fact, that's what opened the door to Carney when he was the governor of the Bank of Canada, to lower interest rates massively and keep them there for a long, long time. And that led to the housing market. Boom. This is asset bubbles, you know, all of this stuff.
but it never bursts.
No, it doesn't. You just keep
Any day now.
Keep inflating it. Just keep inflating it. You know, just keep pumping it up.
Side note, I asked Grok about what Singh had kept saying about Polyev firing all the border guards. And he said, he fired 5,000 border guards, According to Grok, in 2012, as part of federal budget cuts, the CBSA issued over 1,100 layoff notices, with estimates suggesting around 250 to 300 frontline officers.
But those were also, a lot of those positions were things that at the time, just with the state of the world and whatnot, were things where we actually could cut some of those. And yes, that would definitely, now that we have, hindsight over here, that probably wasn't the best idea. And then I think I was going to also add to that though, too. And I don't think that was a fault of the government at the time. I actually think that was more of a fault of the Liberal government and what they ended up doing to us. I think that is why that ended up being such a bad thing, was solely due to their crappy policies and them not caring about anything until Donald Trump suddenly lit a fire under their ass over it.
But it's 250 to 300 as opposed to 5,000.
Yes.
So yeah. And they did play it at the time, or at least say it was a streamlining effort, which it might have been. I'm not sure. I didn't follow things closely enough back then.
But what is that? Hold on. But how's that tie to today? But how does that tie to today?
Because Paul kept saying it was 5,000.
Yeah, but what does that matter? I don't listen to Singh. What does it matter actually? Like,
if you don't listen to Singh, you missed the part where he said 5,000.
It's a fundamental difference of opinion when it comes to the Liberals and the Conservatives. The Conservatives look at it this way: if the people that are doing a job are more efficient at what they do, and they're doing it in a way that actually gets the job done, then you don't need as many people in that position. So at the time when they cut the numbers, that was it was apt. They didn't need these extra bodies. They were getting the job done, and they were becoming efficient. Then all this and this lends credibility to what you were saying, Jasmin, that things got worse and so we needed more people. But then they're just adding more bodies. They're not adding any structure to it. They're just adding bodies. And this is the thing that the government does, the Liberal government loves to do. Just throw money at a problem. Don't think about the actual logistics
outcomes.
Of it. The outcomes, logistics, any of that stuff. Just throw money at the problem. And this goes into the housing situation. They say we got a great idea. We're gonna build 500,000 houses next year because we need 500,000 houses. Not we're going to train people so that they can build houses. We're going to put people in the trades. We're going to, bring people in that can do the trades that we have shortcomings and shortfalls and all this other stuff. They don't even think about that. They just say, throw money at the problem in a workforce where we only can possibly make about 230,000 homes. And that's
that was
diminishing.
about the highest we ever did.
Hey,
270 was the highest we ever did in the past 10 years. But average is about 230, and that's diminishing as people are retiring and less people are going into the trades. And they're saying, well, we'll get it with immigration. Okay, show me how many you've brought in through immigration. Darshan Maharaja is really great on this one because he's shown that they haven't brought anybody in. They're saying
the Tim Hortons employees, though.
Yeah, we bring in 500,000 people in a year, and none of them have any skilled trades. And they're not entering the skilled trades. So it's a misnomer.
But hold on. Pierre, first of all, two observations. Pierre talked about this today. And he said the only people that we're going to allow in is unless you're in danger, imminent danger, and if you come with a particular specialty or trade. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed today as an observation, the moderator was basically also just a weakling. But did you guys notice the only person he actually pushed back against was Pierre? He didn't, when he talked to him about the Ukraine thing, he didn't push back against.
He pushed back at Singh at one point for not answering a question.
But that's different. He kept telling Singh 1 minute. But
no, he said you didn't answer the question.
Yes, but that's not the same as trying to make somebody look bad on a particular topic. Pierre starts out by saying, yes, we need to support Ukraine, which, by the way, on a personal level, I think we've sent them enough money. Okay, we sent them enough money a year ago, but that's not the point here. The point is it's a no-win argument here. You have to say yes, okay, because too many people are brainwashed. I still see people with Ukraine flags in their Twitter feeds, in their Twitter profiles. So he won on that. He said yes, and the guy came back like you were not being clear. Why is the moderator attacking the leader of the CPC at whose behest? And and we all have to remember, all you 11,000 beautiful people out there, Radio-Canada is an arm of the CBC. Okay, just remember that they share the same building. That was in the debate yesterday. That they were asking him to Pierre in French. You said you wanted to defund the CBC. Do you know that Radio-Canada is an arm of the CBC?
Yep.
Something in me today bothered me when he did that, because this to me stinks of basically the CBC, even in a little bit, trying to somehow besmirch Pierre, which would lend to Jasmin's point here that he needed to play like he was around effing landmines, because not only is the guy to his right or left an enemy, but even the moderator and his bosses hate him, right? So that's something that I need to.
Can I disagree with you guys? Just so I'm at least.
Absolutely not.
That's why you're here. That's why you're here, my man.
First time I can disagree.
Go for it.
Yeah, I think the reason, my impression from what you guys are saying is, you think the reason Jagmeet was attacking Poilievre so much and not Carney is because he's allied with Carney somehow.
What?
Jagmeet just turned off his feed.
Wow.
Really?
Julian tries to argue one time. It's China.
Gone.
China's already after him.
Yeah.
No, it's
not allowed to have those talking
no.
points.
It's
Not
Cal-
here.
Elbows up for China.
What happened?
No, it's Calistanians. It's Calistanians.
We'll wait for
They're
Julian
notorious
to
for
come
being
back.
computer engineers and programmers.
Is
No, but
Julian home right now, or is he out of the country?
Home
he's
is
out-
out of the country.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
in California.
Well, it's Donald Trump, obviously. Election.
I
interference
think
or
he's in
something.
California.
yeah, I mean, first of all, where's Twos? Unless he's gone to take a break.
Two's
I
had
mean,
to take a one. Yeah, no,
There
Two's
you
did not
go.
have to take a two. Two's that would have been. That
It's
would have been
okay if
rapid
you
fire.
did.
There's
You're
nothing-
not Kim
everybody-
Jong-un. It's
everybody
fine.
poops, but that was not me. In this
Except
particular
for
moment.
Kim Jong-un.
It's a great children's book.
I don't know if you guys heard, but somebody on my ex has been posting and reposting that the reason Carney's been messaging is Xi Jinping is the one that's been posting for him on X. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you know what? It's true, because if you see how well they're done, it's almost like as if the guy is so inauthentic that he handed his own account to his staff and said, while
They all
I'm doing
do.
the debate, no, Pierre didn't. The entire debate, go look.
Well, no, but they still hand their account to their staff.
No, but that's the point. Why are you tweeting during
While the
the
debate's
debate?
happening, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Well,
it
it
is
is
supposed to be
I
that
remember I
personal
mocked Rachel
account that
Notley for
you
it years ago.
Yeah, look, I'm no fool. I know why you're doing it, but here's the thing: it says everything about the party. To me, that stinks of desperation. It's almost like they need to convince everybody, and they're going full guns blazing. And Pierre is just kind of, and this is where once Clyde said to me, and I'll agree with you, Clyde. I will admit that I was wrong.
What?
Yes, shut up.
I was about to go for number one, and I'll wait for that.
Okay.
Every single other person on this
Just
stream
wait.
started doing the rock look when you said that.
I will admit that I was wrong, because I normally, first of all, I'm not going to call you the P word that I always call you, but okay. But on this point, you were right, is that he's coasting like the other leaders did, and it's going to cost him if he doesn't pick up the pieces. Today, he coasted, and he needs to go full Donald Trump on this in every single way. He needs to go, not necessarily just podcasts, but everything needs to be about exposing. What I've noticed, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, it's his MPs, Michael Barrett, Larry Brock, Lanceman. All these people are doing the exposing, and he's trying to keep this like pristine image. And I don't know, man, even if he wins, right? Is he, I mean, think about it. He wins. What is he going to revert back to being that Pierre that was a bulldog? That's going to then turn people off again. How long is that going to last? Are you going to put up an act at that point? Right? Because you want to, this is the freedom that Trump has. Yeah, I'm an asshole. Yeah, I'll tariff countries that have penguins that live there. I don't care. Like
It's owned by somebody.
No, it's
Tariffing
not.
the owner.
No,
I thought
it's
that's what the story was.
No, it's owned by a king penguin. Okay, that's it. The point is that he didn't care. He didn't care. I'm gonna tariff the stone. I'm gonna tariff the stove. I'm gonna tariff everything. And he gets to be himself. That's the point here. And the second you stop being yourself, your product becomes inauthentic. And that's the problem. If iPhone wasn't so like beautiful and everything and dressy and whatever, you would say, okay, it's a good product. But the second they try to copy something else, it loses its value in the way that it's perceived in terms of the promotion of it. Pierre, you're promoting a Pierre that's not Pierre. At some point, people will catch on to that inauthenticity. So even if you get in and you win a majority, and then you suddenly become that bulldog, the liberal establishment is going to very, very quickly try to turn you into, you are a fraud, you are fake, you're not really nice. And that, make no mistake, folks, just because he wins does not mean liberals are gone. Okay? There's a whole bunch of dirtbags that still exist in Ottawa that have no scruples or morals. They will do and say anything to get any money from any foreign government like China or India or any of these. So I want to agree with you. I wholeheartedly apologize. You were right. I was wrong. He needs to change his gears, and he needs to go completely like how Donald Trump went and be.
See, and I feel like I obviously come up this from a different place because like I worked Hold on, you guys have your moment, of course.
Because he
each other's
railed on me. He
buttholes, all
railed
that
on me for
stuff.
doing this, and I feel vindicated in the moment.
If
I
you
really
feel, you know, Clyde, if you noticed, I gave him the full screen. I just let it. If you're gonna have apology, we're gonna give you,
You don't
the
gotta
entire
rub it in.
screen.
Clip
You don't
We're
gotta
gonna
rub
do
it
that.
in.
No.
You don't gotta rub it in, bro.
No, there's no rubbing it in here. Like I've been saying this for like a few months
Ever.
now. Yeah, I've been saying this for a few months. I do feel vindicated, but at this point, it's not about like, ooh, I'm great or anything. It's like, great, now we're on the same page. Let's work together on this. Because
I'm still gonna call you the P word, by the way. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, punani like all day long, whatever. Okay. but here's the thing, like I just follow my convictions, and sometimes it's not popular, but like it's where my heart was. It's where I thought that this is where I really believed that it was, and if it turns out that I'm vindicated, I'm like, wow, what a relief. I wasn't an idiot. I wasn't like just completely wrong and an idiot.
Oh no, you are an idiot. You were just right on this point. Okay.
Yeah, you're right, but you're still an idiot, and you're punani, whatever the P
it's
word.
just like Twos.
Yeah.
I tell Twos he's right all the time. Doesn't mean he's smart.
See, I'm having
He never says it. He never says it on the air, though. That's the problem. Go ahead, Jasmin.
Yes.
I'm having like, and I hear you and I agree with you. And then also I'm having like a bit of a difficult time with it, just because like I worked in media for 11 years. I met Trudeau. I've actually never met Singh. I've met Polyev more than once though. And I feel like I've always gotten that sweet side to him on top of the Spitfire when he needs to be. And I feel like we did actually get a little bit of both. The feisty side probably wasn't as much as we would have liked or as it should have been in ways that we all speculated it could be helpful. But, you know, to call out his sweet side, it's the side that I think anybody who's ever been to a rally of his has seen before, where you can see him kind of come a little bit more down to earth and really just like talk to you, the person, which I felt like he did a lot tonight. And that was winning in my opinion. But then you did also see him kind of go at Carney quite a bit there, you know, like, oh, what are you trying to say that the Liberal Party was lying about what your role was with them? Because you're on their website. You should get the website changed, by the way, because you're still listed as financial advisor. Like he had those moments today where he was going off a bit, and I felt like it was good and beneficial. I think overall, honestly, my biggest frustration with all of this is not Pierre Polyev and the performance, I guess, that he gave today, his part in it. It's more so just like Canadian politics. Like I'm actually so irritated by what the rhetoric and narratives have done to our country and our inability, and like the fact that we even have to question this and talk about this for so long. And it's like, it's not a fault of the person, it's a fault of the system that has been created to protect the establishment. That is the biggest problem here, in my opinion. And that's what I'm more frustrated by than anything else. It's annoying as all hell that I'm sitting here talking about like, oh, well, I think he was sweet, but not too sweet. And he had his moments just because, you know, the CBC and how all of they're going to be the Liberals. He has to attract grandma and grandpa. Yeah. Like that is annoying to me because in reality, Pierre Polyev, who he is as a human, who he has shown us to be for so many years, is good. Like he is good. He's on the right track. He's been consistent. He's somebody that I absolutely put my faith behind, and I'm annoyed by the establishment and the narratives and having to like placate and be complacent so that you can fit into whatever hell bubble it is that they want you to be in or other before they go and rip you to shreds. And I mean that even, you know, on a political level, but even just on a personal level on social media and shit. Like it is so irritating to me, the hold that the view of the establishment has and how much it has just completely polluted the brains of so many people in this country.
Well, we know how to break that.
Well, I mean, listen, if you really want to go far back,
shock therapy.
Oh, no, hold on.
Lobotomies.
It has been documented that mass hysteria does happen. I mean, it does happen.
The Netherlands,
Nazi Germany, is a perfect example of what it means to capture the minds of everyone. Now, here's where I'm gonna go a little bit roughshod on myself and every other Canadian. It's on us that we let our guard downs before COVID. Before COVID, I didn't know who any of you were. Okay. And I didn't care about any of you. I mean, if we would have met, it would have been nice to you, but I didn't care to look for you. I didn't care to, talk about politics or anything. So let's all be honest here. Pre-COVID, nobody really the majority of people didn't care. It's until everything started coming one after the other, government overreach became exposed.
Yeah.
That what also got exposed is the amount of mental laziness Canadians have in general and a lack of critical thinking. People that used to vote Liberal, to them, it was no different than conservative. Let's be honest. If we go before COVID, I'm going to ask everyone here, before COVID, did you really know the difference in policies between conservatives and Liberals?
Yes.
I mean, you may have known the history. Would you have known?
Not as much.
No,
but I wouldn't say I was uninitiated.
Okay.
Vesper, you already know that I didn't give a two craps about
No,
politics.
but I'm talking about not the people like that know. So I believe you, Jasmin. I believe you, Twos. I believe you, Clyde. But let's be honest. The majority of Canadians, did they
Doesn't
know the
believe me.
difference?
Hey?
No, I believe you do.
Believe you, Clyde. Believe you, Twos.
I
believe you, Jasmin.
You
Carrying on.
I believe you, viewers. I believe you, Mark Carney. I believe you, Jagmeet Singh. And that's everybody I believe.
You know what? This is the last time I'm coming on your damn show. There's no point. There's no point.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe me. I'm Quebecer. I hear it every day. Listen, all I'm saying is, let's be honest. Canada is socialist. This is why guys like PBD podcasts don't understand this. This is why American podcasters don't know this. The ethos of America is rebellious. It's already rebellious. Forget that it was built on like the Constitution, the Republic, everything. Here, we're under a crown and everybody is on welfare and everyone just gets fed by, I mean, in a way, it's like Mother Russia, but like we have Mother Canada and nobody wants to fend for themselves. They want the government to take care of them. We've been fed like this for 50 years. Should we then really be shocked when Pierre is trying to speak up that he's not going to win? COVID exposed the laziness of most people as to how much you didn't know. You can go to Northern Perspective. You can go to Clyde Do Something. You can go to Jasmin Laine, and you'll finally get to see the BS that's been hiding under all this, under Shaun in the mashup. Yes, dude.
Thank you. I was waiting for him to. I'm like, do I get Justin Trudeau on here? He's not going to mention Alberta again.
No. Look, everyone
this is
on
unbelievable.
Listen, everyone on here and others are legit exposing what has always been there, and the onus is on us. If we vote in a fourth Liberal government, which to me is very unlikely, is going to basically be on us. It is not on the politicians. It's not on us spreading the word. The laziness of people. Ask yourselves, and I'll end on this. Why is it that everyone on this panel and others that you've had on, Twos and Shaun, and all of you that have had people on your show, how is it that they're informed and that the majority of people aren't informed? What caused people like you to want to be informed? So people can get informed. They just choose not to. We were walking around Montreal with me and Zoltan before we had lunch that day, and we were asking Quebecers, do you know who the prime minister is? Most of them said no. Like, imagine that's in Quebec. Do you know the name of the prime minister? Some said Justin Trudeau. Okay. So just to let you know, most people are so disconnected. That's on us. And that's what breaks my heart.
They literally moved a national debate because of a hockey game. Like that's where we're at in our country. I want to point this out because this is a new high for me and Twos. 12,000 people watching right now, which
That's
is
simultaneous. That's not how many people have tuned in tonight. That's how many people are watching right now.
Which is super cool. Yeah.
I didn't know you guys were famous. That's cool.
We're not.
Most of them are watching you, Jasmin.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, it's the help of everybody on here. But when we did the Carney coronation live stream, we had 11,000. So this is a new high watermark. So
I think we have more in
cool.
BC, but maybe I was wrong.
Don't forget, everyone who's viewing right now, that this is a preamble for the actual election day. Election day
Correct.
coverage is going to be a big day. So 12-hour live stream, and it's going to be on the mashup, but it'll also be published on my channel on YouTube. So
that's right.
If you're a subscriber to my channel, it'll be starting right at 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Pacific time. So whatever that time is in the region that you're at, tune in for that. Or better yet, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell, and you get a notification when it happens.
There you go.
And also, I'd like to point out that it isn't just going to be us just chin wagging the whole time. We have the map. We're the only people in the history of Canada, other than CBC, CTV, and Global, to have ever had the map for an election. And we'll continue that tradition for the federal one. So that live update map where you see the results as they come in from Elections Canada, we got it. We're the only people who do it.
Do we want to, before we end tonight, do we want to show the video of what went on in the like?
Obviously.
Yeah. Can you bring that up? Because Zoltan put out one and then he retweeted Kian Bexty. And that might be interesting because like yesterday with the French debate, what interested me the most, other than Vesper's live analysis, what was going on, was the questions asked by like Zoltan, Bexty, Sheila Gunn Reid, on and on and on and on it went. Twos, you got it?
Okay. 4-minute video. I have no idea how much of it's dead air. Let's go with it. And Vesper, mute yourself.
Things get homoerotic / because for plausible deniability. Also, the dudes are being kind of homophobic. That's one.
Do you have friends that
you
get pretty homophobic at times?
Yeah, most of my gay friends.
Most of your gay friends.
Do you know how much? Do you know how fast? What was it? What was the thing he used?
You say.
He said, yeah.
Was it fagotization?
Yeah.
That's run through my gay friends like wildfire. They
Fagotization.
Love that. They love it.
They love fagotization.
He's got the mustache
the funniest
for it.
word they've heard in a while.
So Ryan Turnbull.
Doing this voice doesn't actually.
So
work.
Ryan No, I'm not. I'm curious. What do you just think that politicians should be off the hook for saying stuff like this?
What? 15 years ago? How long ago?
He was 30.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
So
who are you?
He wasn't a politician, so he was. This is when he was.
He was a 30-year-old man.
Okay.
Who called gay men perverse.
Yeah, I think I've read through your story,
Yeah.
and I know you don't even believe that that's what he said.
Oh, I
Because know you're
100%
smarter
because
than
I
that, but
read
you're
it.
just-
I read it that
Yeah,
that's
no,
what he
I read
said.
it too. And you're
Okay,
I
so
don't
so
think you're a
you
very, I mean, you don't have any sort of morals or scruples. So
Okay.
you just throw it wherever you want. But I read it, and I know you're actually smarter than you pretend to be. So I know you know what he was.
So he typed the words on Facebook,
Mhm.
perverse fagotization, referring to
so
gay
that's the
men.
only
No,
thing he wrote.
just calm down for a second, guys.
No, I know, but I want you to
So
be honest.
he said perverse fagotization, referring to homosexual men, and you think that that's an acceptable type of language for
Is that all
politicians to
he
use?
Oh, well, he wasn't a
No,
politician.
that wasn't the only thing that he said.
yeah,
he
I
said
know.
a
I read
lot.
through what he said.
He said a lot of
Yeah, I read
extremely homophobic stuff. And just because he's a liberal, you're trying to defend him. If this
No.
was a conservative,
Oh, so if it was okay, so if it was a conservative, you would call for him to be removed, like Aaron
oh,
Gunn,
absolutely. But
or
Aaron
Andrew
Gunn
Biden?
hasn't said something like that. And if you could point to them doing that, please let me know.
The voice doesn't
It's
work.
crazy that you're getting so emotional about this, though. And how many of your
Honestly,
friends?
I
How
have
many of your
respect
friends
for
drop
this sort
F
of,
slurs just frequently?
I have respect for the industry and the profession.
Sure, you do. Yeah.
Your little chattering class.
Sure.
You
Sorry.
third-party advertisers that you
Who
work
are you?
for.
Who are you? Who do you work for?
Rebel News.
Who do you work for?
Rebel News, owned by Ezra Levan, is a different company.
Why are you screaming?
So they can stop spreading misinformation.
So.
Also, can you act professional?
Why are you screaming, by the way?
Well, I want to make sure the guys filming it over there get the good audio.
Good.
Can you hear me okay? Am I enunciating properly? Do you have one set up? You got the levels ready for me? Because you're clearly not doing any actual journalism while you're here.
You're supposed to maintain.
This is journalism recording this.
Right here in black and white.
Why?
Did you
When
see that?
you guys started gaming the rules and threatening to sue because you didn't get your way, I assumed the rules were out the window.
No, it's right here in black and white. We follow the rules.
Oh,
It's the federal.
was that like when it was in black and white saying you should only have one reporter credited so that everyone might have a chance to ask a question? But
You're getting
instead,
the facts wrong.
you wanted to
Nobody
take,
reached out.
what was it, 2-minute long questions so that Polyev only got asked 3 questions. He usually allows 4 because things move a little bit quicker at his press conferences. You guys are so verbose, I'll say. Most of us didn't get a question. And what I really don't enjoy is that everyone else here was being respectful, following the rules, just being considerate to everyone else. And what you guys decided to do was to take advantage threatened to sue so that you could try to get more than everyone else. And now nobody likes you. I read. Yeah, after you guys threatened to sue so that you could, that's why they got the 4 questions, because the commission. When did the CBC get 4 questions? Yes, after
like
they
Ezra.
had already folded to you because you threatened to sue.
Zoltan has another video too from a
Yeah.
different angle. I mean, it's 5 minutes long. I don't know.
It's
if you
right
want to
there.
play that.
Yeah, it's right there.
And who is this guy? He's from the Hill Times.
No idea.
It sounds like he's upset that
this guy's from the Hill Times.
he's
An article
upset
about
that
me.
he's upset that independents have used the gaming of the system to game the system for themselves so that they could get
It's no
airtime.
different. They have the exact same
no,
rules
but
as everybody else.
Well, that's the thing. So they're upset that they lost in the gaming of the system. So they changed a bunch of rules, and then independents figured out what the rules are and went, "Hey, we're gonna figure it out and get ourselves on the stage."
But this guy from the Hill
upset.
Times is now going to be subject to libel because he's accusing them publicly that they sued to get those 4 questions, but he's demonstrating Ezra is saying that's a flat out lie.
Mm-hmm.
We just accredited more people, and they're allowed to do that. And no, you
they're allowed
sued.
to.
No,
Okay.
where's the lawsuit?
All right, real quick though, one of the last things that happened before that first video cut out was the dude came from a row up with the camera. I scrolled ahead to roughly that spot, so I think we could watch this for another 2.5 minutes and see what else happens. Because I mean, if it exploded to the point where there's a fight, we should watch.
I'm not.
Is your correspondent said
Don't you have a third-party advertising truck to go take care of?
you're lying
How
again?
much have you spent on third-party advertising this election? Between Rebel News and For Canada, companies you own both of, how much money have you spent to influence this election? I'm assuming in favor of the Conservatives. How much have you spent? You're a journalist.
Rebel
you must
News
be
has
honest.
spent 0.
So Rebel News Limited, you set up.
You're a liar.
Registered
You
under
haven't done your
Elections
homework.
Canada.
You're making
Everyone
things
else,
up.
You can go to Elections Canada right now.
This is so unbecoming.
Oh, this is just like
Rebel News.
Jagmeet Singh isn't the worst thing to happen in the debate anymore.
As the owner
Oof.
of both of those companies. He has third-party advertising.
Like ever, I know we're not explaining it, but we're just discovering it, so we don't know what's happening.
I don't understand how you get to this point. Like I've been in so many different media press conferences, media rooms exactly like this, and how do you even get to this point? This is
You eat your own tinfoil hat enough.
You got to control your emotions.
By the way, Jasmin,
control your
Javelin Blue,
emotions.
thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. That's amazing.
Quietly doesn't make your things any less.
You're completely out of control emotionally.
Yeah.
And your facts are completely wrong.
All right,
You're an
let's go.
embarrassment. What's your name? What's your name? You're suddenly shy.
No, I'm
Suddenly, Shasta, you went quiet.
Why don't you tell us who you are, tough guy?
Stuart Benson, Hill Times.
Student Benson, well, you're a disgrace to the Hill Times. And your facts are wrong.
He's a disgrace to mustaches.
Actually, here's the thing.
No, I like his mustache. He rocks it. We'll give him that much.
I mustache what the hell you're thinking.
All of the people you needed to do the job I do by myself.
You just got to control your emotions.
I'm with Angela Cordoso saying I feel bad for the guy in the suit next to him, just trying to mind his own business.
The black dude behind him just looks embarrassed to be there.
Yeah.
Is he giving out his mailing address?
T5J084. I wonder what that postal code is.
Well, you certainly got a tiger by the tail.
Let's go check out.
And the camera guy's out there snapping pictures of Ezra. Why not the other guy?
Because he's ugly.
Am I talking too loud now, or should?
No, you're just. You don't understand. You don't even understand what you're looking at.
What work are you doing? With nothing in front of you. Oh! Yes. The really exceptional work you're doing.
With nothing in front of you.
I think it's because he doesn't have a laptop, or he's just sitting there with.
You
the
know what? You know what's really funny? It took
crazy.
It took about 10 minutes before somebody decided to walk up to him and say, "Hey, dude, are you going to check yourself, or you're about to wreck yourself?" And he wrecked himself. Then they checked himself. That makes no sense. Like, none of this matters though. Because
wait, so there's no actual confrontation? They called it all off because of this.
Because
guy?
of that?
No. I read that an actual fist fight broke out.
Okay, but there was every
horrible.
camera. You're in a room full of journalists. Everybody
Somebody would
was
have a video
filming
of that, wouldn't they?
Why isn't it there?
Is Rachel Gilmore there?
Hey, should we bring Zoltan on tomorrow's mashup? Talk about it?
You're damn right we should.
All right. Well, let's see if I can get him.
I don't
I'm
know.
on
He should
Stuart
hop on right
Benson's X right now, and so he was actually already complaining about this like way earlier in the day. So obviously he was quite upset, but like 8 hours ago he's posting about how Rebel News and other independents were able to get more questions. Allegedly, he actually just posted this. He said, mostly they threatened to sue unless the commission allowed them to game this system and send 5 times the number of reporters so that they could try to crowd out anyone else with scruples. Is that how you say that word? Whatever. And respect for an important democratic exercise. So already hours ago, way before this even happened, he was upset about this. Which I don't know. I don't quite understand it. If I can be like, I don't. Why do you care? You got your questions. Great.
No, the answer is what Clyde said before. Don't spend any money. Just say something provocative and let your enemies just make you popular.
Real quick, just when we're talking about this guy, we should all be aware that the pronouns in his bio are he, him.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I might have mistaken that and got hauled before a tribunal.
But that's BS that they canceled the questions after. Something tells me that they probably knew that Rebel was, because if you guys watch the questions that Rebel got a chance to answer to ask yesterday,
they were on point.
Yeah, and the first one, Carney basically, and I don't know if you guys saw it, Carney said there's only 2 sexes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, is it his son or is his daughter? I can't remember.
That was True North's question. That was Alex Zoltan.
That was Zoltan.
So Zoltan asked that question, and then that kind of opened the floodgate because his second question was about women's safe spaces in sports, bathrooms, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And he fumbled, right, Jasmin? He fumbled for like, I think 30 seconds.
Well, we do respect all Canadians.
Well, at least it's continuing the liberal tradition.
Well,
guys, I have to say this, and this might be really unpopular. I'm sorry, but I'm creeping Stuart Benson now, and I like his mustache. He's got it's thick. It's a good stash. I respect a good stash. I'm giving him that. That's it.
You just made this very awkward.
Yeah. He also was talking about windmailing earlier, so I'm like,
I feel like his windmill doesn't kill as many birds as the average one does.
I thought you were going to say as mine, and I was like, thank you.
Ooh.
What an honor.
The very best mustaches are attached to beards. I just want to say that.
No, because that's not a mustache.
Oh, right. Shut up, Punani.
Oh, great.
Bananani.
Yeah. Freaking, come on, Clyde. Seriously, now of all the times, it's supposed to be an election debate.
You know what, though? I feel like this shows a lot, and it's a great reflection of just the division in the country, and just how on edge so many people are. Like the fact that you're sitting there in the media room doing your live tweeting, doing your whatever the shit while you're there, and something like this gets brought up and happens. I wish that there was an earlier, I know that we don't have it, but like, I'm very curious of the context that led up to this to begin with versus like, obviously he started filming after things started to get heated because I'm sure it was unexpected. But I'd be very curious as to how that even came about anyway. Like, why did they even start talking to each other and having that back and forth? That got intense very quickly.
Because Cian Bexley, love him or hate him, Cian Bexley is a provocateur extraordinaire.
He is. Yeah,
he is. Absolutely.
He is basically the James O'Keefe of Canada. Okay. He knows how to stir stuff up.
Fewer Tinder dates, but yes.
Yeah.
whatever, man. The point is, he starts stuff and he gets in trouble, and he doesn't care about going into places and making it awkward. He brought up a good point about Turnbull. I will agree with the Hill Times guy, though. The guy was like, this was like 20 years ago. You want to dig it up on this guy and now ask him that question.
Okay,
But it's his
emotion. I'm going to
emotion.
push back on you because if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Because if you're going to cancel every possible conservative for any random like tweet or whatever else, you better be doing the same for the liberals, or you're a hypocrite. And the only way that cancel culture is ever going to stop is when both sides are like, there has just been way too much bloodshed, way too much blood. We're going to everybody just needs to back away from this weapon of destruction forever.
There's a hierarchy of scandal. Blackface is at the top. Okay. Blackface 2 times is at the double top. And then,
and where does $16 orange juice fit into this with talking about faggotry and perversion?
Very low.
Is it higher than faggotry and perversion?
No, it's a double standard. But of course,
by the way, this is my spectrum.
Come on,
so
you
all
can
know.
give Vesper credit here. He found a reporter, got his emotion to cloud, and he lost his shit.
Yeah,
that's what happened. And they filmed it, and now you got Ezra sitting there filming it. Everybody's filming it. Zoltan's filming it. And you're like, this is a guy losing his crap. This is about to go absolutely to the nth degree online, which it has already. And that's what happened.
This is going to be that woman in. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say this is going to be the Canadian version of that woman in the reflective vest screaming in the street when Trump won.
Guys, I have who is it? Can I send a link and can we play it? It's relevant, I swear.
DM me.
Yeah. So
on what? Can I do it in the chat thingy on here?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. In the chat.
Hold on, can I ask you, are you guys getting super chats and stuff? Because I'm getting a bunch of people telling me that they've been super chatting. Do you guys?
No,
get
I'm
super
poor.
chats on this.
I see Javelin Blue for Clyde. I can pull that up.
I saw like
But
3 super chats this whole night.
Yeah, there was no comment, but Javelin Blue left a $100 super chat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's been about 3 super
really,
chats
really
the whole
appreciate
night.
that. Thank you.
And then somebody said to Jasmin, I think it was like a buy me a coffee thing or something like that.
Oh, okay.
For $25.
I didn't.
Well,
that's very kind.
Here's
so I wanted to throw this.
Oh,
I want to
go
throw
ahead.
this in before you get to that. So I assumed that this was going to happen. So yesterday, I think a lot of people shot their shot at the French debate, where let's just face it, nobody's watching French anything. Like
actually,
it's
if
like
you look at
it's
the
like
viewership,
women's
the YouTube
sports.
viewership, more people were watching that French debate. Than
Yeah, dude, Clyde, I
Canada.
had almost 3,600 people watching it on X yesterday.
Okay. Anyway,
anyway. I had 3,600 people.
Okay,
I
so
tell you what,
everything.
That's why I
everything
say
I
who's
built
the
this
biggest
argument
winner
on
yesterday?
and
It was
national
Vesper. Vesper
regardless.
did a fantastic job. You did a fantastic job.
Punaniing on
Vesper
me right
shot
now,
the
bro.
No. Let's just
Vesper
face
shot
it.
his shot. All right.
Nationwide, yes, a lot of the people that are paying attention to this stuff on social media, we're paying attention to that. But we're talking about just general audience in Canada, throughout Canada. Quebecers watch that. The rest of Canada is largely not watching that. And a lot of people shot their shot in the opportunity. Whatever. Just live with that. So,
dude, I had 300
and then,
people from Quebec watching it. That's
gotcha.
it.
Okay, that's not the point of the conversation here. So the point is that the questions afterwards, this would have been the biggest moment after the English debates to have people ask the questions of the candidates. I saw it yesterday and I was thinking they're going to cancel this. It's not going to happen tomorrow.
This was their emergency.
They're going to find whatever excuse to make it not happen.
If there was punches thrown, we'd have video of it. Would we not?
Yeah.
We would have it.
But yeah,
like Zoltan would have it, or somebody would have it. Nobody's got it, which means it didn't happen.
This is their Emergencies Act.
Yeah.
They shut this down before it could trample them. But okay, so this video Jasmin sent, I don't know what's going on. I see Rosie Barton and David Cochran. Can't tell them apart, but let's go with it.
Just so people understand, there are a series of police officers stationed behind us to make sure that we remain safe and that the media.
Nobody even
get
knows
out
you're
safely.
there.
They were not altercations between journalists inside the media room, and there was no altercation between journalists that happened on David's set. These were right-wing people that publish their own agenda and websites who
The left-wing guy was freaking out.
inside the media center, who confronted David on
And
his
then this
set,
becomes the story.
directly and personally confronted me inside the media center. These are people that the commission decided to accredit, and that is where we are now. The situation deteriorated quickly in terms of how those people were behaving inside a professional media center where you were supposed to be doing your job, and that has left us with no scrums and a strange security situation on a night where we should be focused on the things that you want to ask us about.
It certainly didn't look like this last night. Just one point on that. We are inside a secure perimeter. You have to go through screening processes.
Gloves?
That involve the election.
He's gonna pretend they don't fit later. Let's be honest about that.
Yeah. what were you stopping us for?
Wait. 20 minutes ago, Rebel posted about this and has footage.
Okay, yeah, but they're counting on people not watching it.
Like, this is such a psyop.
Hold on, I timestamped this. No, hold on. I timestamped this for you. I'm dropping it right now in our chat. If you want to share it after this.
Okay, well, let's finish this, and then we'll go to the next one. Let's just finish this. Dudes, just hit play for Pete's sake.
Bomb sniffing dogs.
Shut up, Sean.
Searched our bags to make sure everything was safe.
Bomb sniffing dogs.
Leaders are safe, and everybody in here is safe.
We can't afford to make bombs in Canada. We're broke.
The way this evolved throughout today and yesterday, the Montreal police are here putting up caution tape, escorting people out. And the leaders of Canada's 4 parties who were able to participate in this debate, because they, what was the phrase? Didn't feel they could provide or guarantee a proper environment. They're not going to take questions from journalists. And look, I know not everybody thinks it's all about us, but it is an important part of the ritual of elections and democracies and accountability. And it is part of the stress test that these leaders go through as they seek to lead this country, and spend your tax revenue and make laws, and some serious things being discussed there tonight about criminal justice and using the notwithstanding clause. These are all things that require a serious and mature debate, not financially motivated stunts. And this is where we've ended up in this election. With everything going on with Donald Trump and everything going on in this economy and everything going on in the world, this is where the national Canadian election debate has ended up.
This is the most potentially dishonest coverage
and it's been,
since the fifth
it is the
state
end
update
product
on
of
the
multiple
convoy.
years of rage for narrow political gain and financial benefit for a very small group of people.
I have something to say. I have something to say here that I think honestly kind of points back to my earlier statement where I said about Pierre Poilievre and how he was tonight and, making sure you're safe, whatever. I don't know if that's intentional, probably is, because the media is going to try their best to get you on absolutely anything. Pierre Poilievre does a good job tonight. They got nothing to get him on. And look what happens. And look at how much they're blowing this up because they have nothing else to blow up, but they need to smear the guy. They need to smear conservatives. And look at what has happened. So I am vindicated.
She has a point.
She's not wrong. And
what's the other video? What's the other video?
Vesper, I want to hear you say it.
Yeah, he only does one a night.
Je ne parle anglais.
He's got a limit.
All right, okay, Vesper. This video is 8 minutes and 12 seconds long.
No,
just the whole thing.
I timestamped it to where you see back behind the scenes stuff.
Okay,
I'm texting a war room. I want to know the timestamp.
Yeah, well, I want to know the details.
It didn't do a timestamp.
Zoltan, get on here.
It's not the first one; it's the second one. So if you click the second link, it starts at that time.
By the way, Crikey, thank you so much for the tip. And it says, Clyde, love this. Here's some cash
it starts
from
at the
Florida.
start of it. It starts at the
Okay,
start of the US.
Hold on.
Well, just tell me how long to scroll ahead to.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you where to go to. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I know how to get there.
I know that. About 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Okay, and how much of it am I showing?
Just play it. I haven't watched it. I just saw it, and it showed up in my the thing that I send that gets me the stuff.
They're treating us like absolute pariahs. Now, Guillaume's behind the camera. Alexa Lincoln and David, they went outside, and Lincoln calls me and tells me that he's been assaulted. The team has been assaulted out there. Again, this place is wriggling with journalists. No one will have
wriggling. Nice terminology.
Cops everywhere. Why are my guys getting manhandled out there? They're not allowed back in. All their stuff is in here. We're separated from each other. It's absolute chaos. And the journalists in here are the true victims. We've been subject to their bad behavior the whole time, and they're blaming us because the Debates Commission doesn't have the bravery to uphold journalistic freedom when differing opinions are in the room.
Well, and that's what I think it all boils down to, is that we had a team there prepared, ready, acting professional, looking the professional, when some of the counterparts were looking, like street people adjacent. And then the entire legacy media and laptop class had a complete meltdown over the fact that we were there asking some questions. It is absolute insanity that this is the state of the media landscape here in Canada.
And again, we at Rebel News are allowed 15 minutes every 4 years to do this because the press gallery, the parliamentary press gallery, keeps us out. So they couldn't even tolerate us. They couldn't even keep their good manners for 15 minutes.
By the way,
they never had them.
By the way, here's a video with Ezra being talked about in the next one. The next video I just sent you is the one where Ezra, you can see him at more, like people are walking around him and everything. You should play that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Menzies, I know that it's his thing, but he needs to lose.
Wait, can we listen? Let me listen. He said something. Thanks a lot. I want to hear what he said. Back up more. Kian just asked Ezra something.
I had a heart-to-heart with Mr. Cormier, and I think we found common ground.
Kian missed it too.
I'm kidding around. I don't know what these. Yesterday, I think the independent journalists were a little bit too independent, and the regime journalists are too friendly with the regime. And I've seen a full court press by regime journalists over the last 24 hours to bring in limits to what independent journalists can do.
You mean third-party advertisers, Ezra? Can you talk about the $180,000 they're spending to do advertising, voter contact, both through For Canada and into Rebel News Network Limited?
See, you're wrong on that, and that's what concerns me, is that For Canada is a different group. It was registered.
It's made $170,000 to Rebel News Network Limited. Is that not true?
You're getting your facts wrong, Justin, and I want to make sure you're careful. We were actually talking about the CBC, who want us out of here. The CBC want us kicked out. We're not leaving. The CBC were outraged that Mr. Cormier let us in. The CBC had 4 questions yesterday. Rebel News had 4 questions yesterday. The CBC thinks that's normal, and it's abnormal that we do it.
So was he talking to you about your accreditation asking questions, or was it about the incident here right now?
It was about neither. It was actually about, what's his name, the bald guy in the CBC? Maybe talk Cochran.
Yeah. The one that we just saw.
Kicked out. I ain't leaving. Cochran's really thin-skinned. I talked to Rosemary Martin too. I invited her to a challenge, and she declined. But that had nothing to do with it. Anyways, I want to get back to the journalism here, but it's a pleasure to be in the center of the attention. I want to give a shout out to my fellow independent journalist, Keem Bexton, proud alumnus of Rebel News. Ailey's not associated with us, but I admire his independence. And I would like to encourage everyone who's watching. You can be a journalist. If you've got a phone, you're a journalist. If you've got a Facebook page, you're a journalist. Yes, it is, Judy. In fact, journalists hire and fundraise. I don't know. You're a government journalist. Every single one of you.
No,
they're fundraising. Yeah.
If you get the government subsidy, you're a government journalist.
I'm not a government.
Who do you work for, sir?
I work for the Canadian Press.
Canadian Press gets massive grants from the government.
We don't get it's an admissions and funding.
You're literally wearing out the throne lanyard.
Because I follow the liberals.
That's really funny.
third-party advertisers that are supporting this.
Only your own media can ask you questions.
All right. Don't run away. Why don't you answer his question?
Don't run away.
He ran away. He took the lanyard off. You see that? What is he walked away?
I'm flattered to be here. Let me just say this. I think that journalism needs to be democratized. And I think it's sort of creepy that the enemies of Rebel News in the press gallery stop us from asking questions of politicians 99% of the time. Once every 4 years, we're allowed to put a couple of questions to these high priests of politics. And there's a total freak out in the press gallery. Like, seriously, it's like leap year. 15 minutes every 4 year season, we're allowed.
Can you move your scrum now? We want to watch the start of the debate. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
They're scrumming Ezra. That's so funny. Like, they did it. It's not like he made this happen. They did it. They made it happen. That's too funny. But so let me explain a little bit. So what they were asking questions about this organization, third-party organization that he put together. The last election cycle, Ezra Levant, he wrote a book called The Libranos, and the Liberals took him to court, and they took the book off the shelves. They said, this is campaigning, and you're not allowed to do this. You have to be registered as a registered thing. So what does Ezra Levant do this time? He registers a third-party thing, and he registers them, and then he brings them in. Because of that, he could get accredited and all this other stuff. And now they're complaining about that. It's like, well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either the guy didn't register and he's doing it wrong, or he registers and he's doing it right. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say he did it wrong. They're pissed because they didn't get to have their questions, and there was way more accredited independents than there was, government shills essentially. I love how you called them out.
Somebody just posted on X, Jagmeet Singh being questioned about why he was interrupting everybody so much.
Oh, nice.
Oh, throw it in the chat, and I'll put it up.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that would, by all means, interrupt Clyde.
Thanks for inviting me, Shaun.
You're welcome, Vesper.
Why are we looking at a Q-tip?
I can't even hear it.
Why are we looking at a Q-tip? There's nothing he could say that would make this interesting.
I can't even hear the guy.
I'm not hearing anything.
Let's
see.
Scrappy guy. I want to fight for people.
I'm a crappy guy.
When someone says, makes no sense. When I hear Mr. Polyev talking about housing, the guy built 6 homes when he was the housing minister. That's got to be called out. When Mr. Carney is talking about giving a tax break to millionaires because they're wealth creators, how is it? And they're the folks that create wealth. Yeah, they sell stocks. Selling stocks and should not get you an advantage in the tax system. I think that's a problem. So things that don't sound right, the things that don't sit well with Canadians, I want to call them out. I'm ready for a debate. People can challenge me and push back on me. I'm ready to push back on people that say things that don't sit well with Canadians that are not true. It's your time to speak.
Okay, we've been going over 4 hours, folks. I know maybe 3.5 for people. Any final thoughts on tonight? We started out, it was kind of a dull thing, and then we talked for an hour about it, and then we got into the scrums and all the shenanigans going on with the media, and you go, somehow it wasn't that dull of a night. Like, there's some ups and downs of it. Before we let everybody out of here, what any final thoughts? Vesper, do you want to start, or do you want me to go ladies first again?
Of course.
All right, lady.
Clyde.
Okay, yeah, give it to the guy who's been right for about a couple of months here, so that's fine.
I've been saying the same thing too, Clyde. So,
okay, fair enough.
Now you guys can go on a date. Okay, you happy?
Oh, matchmaker.
We'll catch you up. We'll catch you up. We'll bring you on as a little.
He's a little French.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, I'm happy to jump in here. So again, this is a bit of a summary of what I thought before. I think Pierre won the debate. I honestly believe that, but I think it wasn't Pierre that won the debate. I think it was the ideas that won the debate. I think it was the legacy of the Liberals and what they've done to the country over 10 years that won the debate. I think it was the fact that Jagmeet Singh is a sellout, and he showed himself to be that throughout this debate, throughout the past 10 years, to be that won the debate. Blanchette came out very strong, very likable guy. Let's just be honest about that. Even though I don't like the idea that like of Quebec separatization, but not actually separating. I think they should fight for that and just keep fighting for that. Nonetheless, I think he's a very likable guy. I think he said a lot of great things that were definitely for Quebec in particular, but they were at least he's actually standing up for his people. That's something that's more refreshing. I'd like to see more of that kind of politician in Canada, but maybe perhaps broadly across the board, or at least with the other provinces. But yeah, I think that the ideas of Pierre won the debate, and it was in spite of Pierre's performance in the debate. I think Pierre could have come out much stronger if he would have listened less to his PR team and be less PR Poilievre. Today we saw somber Poilievre. That's not Pierre Poilievre. It's a made up persona that they've thrown out there in order to garner more votes from particular demographics. I don't know if that's going to work. I hope it does, because I want to see those politics come to power in Canada rather than what we've had a lot of over the past decade. And I think right now we're at a point where we're sitting here waiting now after this showing to see if it paid off and if Canada will go in the right direction. So that's kind of my summary of this one.
Jasmin.
I actually feel like the summary for me at the moment, on top of kind of agreeing with pretty well everything that my pal Clyde had to say, I just got a super chat from Brian on YouTube who said, this Rebel News thing is honestly the only thing anyone's talking about. It took away from the whole debate. And I agree. And I wonder how intentional that was, or if that was just very opportunistic timing. Given the state of Canadian politics right now, the lengths that we have already seen people go in order to create a narrative, shift narrative, omit details, all of that stuff, it would not surprise me if that was intentional. My heart wants to believe that it's not, but I mean, let's be real here. Who knows? I don't know. That's about it. I'm actually kind of disappointed by all of that. Very unbecoming. And more than anything, actually, I'm very excited to hear what my grandfather had to say about everything, because he is a loyal CBCer, but he also hates Mark Carney, despite the fact that he's a loyal Liberal as well. So that'll be entertaining. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a long night. My McDonald's is cold. Thank you guys for having me on, though.
Well, thanks.
We should do this again sometime.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Vesper. And feel free, folks, if you got to hop out, Jasmin, you just give her. But Vesper, final thoughts.
All of you suck, and every single one of you, but mostly Clyde. I just wanted to say that. Clyde and I go way back, ever since he ruined one of my best pieces of art by drawing with a Sharpie on it. And he made it look better. And ever since then, I've never liked him. So my take, to be honest with you, I think all of you summarized it really well. Especially your super chat. I want to also just take a minute, and I've been reading a lot of the comments that have been pouring through. Thank you to everybody that's just watched this. It's been sometimes very boring and sometimes very funny, but thank you for sticking with us, and the mashup, and Clyde and Jasmin. I think from my point of view, today it wasn't a win. It was this is what you're gonna get, and what we've been hearing for the last 6 months. I'm a bit disappointed in today, but not yesterday. I'm disappointed in the fact that the Conservatives are neutering their message, and they didn't really get that crescendo that they could have gotten. I could care less about everyone else. Carney, as far as I'm concerned, things are only going to ratchet up more and more. The CBC pulled a really ugly move today by by, like you said, Jasmin, with your super chat, by casting shade over the entire debate. And I think that's purposeful, because the way that Carney ended that entire NSACOP thing, it would probably be better to throw everything back into the past and now let's fixate on something else, which is more sensational. I hope, Canadians, if you're listening to me, that you do not fall for simply sensationalist, tabloidist type of rhetoric, that you keep in mind today and what was said. The only person that is going to stand up for the middle class is Pierre. And everybody else is just out for their own, either whether it be sovereignty agendas or their own pocketbooks or special interests. So being with all of you has been a pleasure. Being on a panel like this has been super fun. And you guys always make it fun, Shaun and Tooz. And thank you for bringing me with the team, with Clyde and Jasmin. All the best to all of you, and all the best to Canada. And if any of you want to follow me, you guys see my moniker down here. It's at Vespa Digital, and I try to put out as much funny media and dig up stuff as much as I can. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate all you guys hopping on and teaming up with us and building this kind of like, weird. I mean, I don't know. It's awesome. Because all we did was
The
watch
Avengers.
we just watched.
It feels like
the live
SummerSlam.
debate.
It's like SummerSlam.
The only criticism we got from people texting me and people in the chat is talking over the actual debate. That's the only criticism we got. And sometimes, folks, it's like I can try and rein Tooz in, but Tooz is going to do Tooz things. That's what Tooz does, right? So, like, yeah, I'm pointing at you.
We're all guilty of it. We're all guilty.
I'm going to take this opportunity to do a Tooz thing. He's got a couple thoughts that didn't quite get.
Tooz, would you like to go full
elucidated.
Tooz for a couple of minutes to end this off?
Okay, so the important point that.
That being said, folks, we're gonna get in there. It's
Is
been
that
a
what you did, Julian?
Bam, bam, bam. Well played, Shaun.
Well
Well played.
Feels so good.
Well played.
Okay. All right, Tooz, carry on.
Oh, hey guys! Thanks for having me back on the show.
You're lucky you at least got to come back. Julian did not.
Yeah, we just
I missed that. I was taking a number one, but the biggest thing about tonight is this symbiotic relationship between the Liberals and the media, because the Liberals, like the Toronto Star and the CBC, have been trying to hammer the point home that Poilievre won't get his security clearance. And the TSN turning point of the debate was when Carney said, oh, well, what the heck is up with this? You won't get your security clearance. And it inadvertently handed him a layup. But the thing about it is that he genuinely thought, and his team genuinely thought going into this, that this was going to be a gotcha moment, that it was going to be his offshore tax haven, $250 million loan from China moment for Poilievre, because they only talk to each other. They only listen to each other. And it's this closed ecosystem where common sense went extinct with a meteorite 65 million years ago. And now they're in a situation where they don't actually understand what's happening in the shattered remnants of this country. And because of it, they accidentally handed Poilievre the win tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then, in a giant effort to stifle any sort of common sense conversation, and say what you want, this whole thing tonight was set up to take the tiniest excuse to shut it all down so that Rebel and Juno and anybody else who was there were not able to ask fair questions to bad people. And that's the only reason why this happened the way it did. And they're eating their own tail in this. And I'm here for every second of it. And I hope people recognize that this is not a good situation and that we do need to get rid of this, having the government pay the mortgage and pay the car payments for our legacy media that has no idea what's happening. Look at how intentionally dishonest the CBC coverage of that event was when, as Vesper said, the timestamps are out there. I guarantee you, were able to watch that video. And still, even after then, they were intentionally misrepresenting it assuming that people were never going to go back, or their people anyway, were never going to go back and actually see what actually happened. And we need more people.
Why do you
who
think
actually
they
wanna
want
get
to
the bottom of
ban
it.
X?
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly it.
You know, if I may, before we hop out of here, Tuesday, I assume, would probably be the only one that remembers this. When Daniel Smith was running for the UCP in that first leadership race, they had the debate before the one I hosted in Vermilion.
Mm-hmm.
They all kept attacking Daniel Smith, and I remember thinking, why are they doing that? Like, do they realize what they're and they kept walking into like the rake, like tonight, right? Like Carney probably thought Pierre's not going to have a good answer for this. And then he's like, whack, oh, that hurt. And in the first debate with Daniel Smith and the other 6 candidates running for the UCP, this is back, 2022? They did that to her over and over and over and over again, and she got to jam the ball like literally over and over and over again. And so when we got to the second debate, which I hosted, I suspected that was going to be Daniel Smith, and I got a completely different Daniel Smith on stage where she didn't say anything. She just actually was cool as a cucumber because she didn't need to say jack squat because she'd done so well in the first one. And to me, the Carney thing tonight about walking into the rake, right? The question that we're all talking about, like, that's what it reminded me of back when Danielle first started running. It's like they hadn't done their homework. They had no idea what they're up against because of what you're talking about too, is the echo chamber of their own circle. I agree with that actually a lot. Either way, folks, this has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all coming on. As Clyde pointed out earlier, we got a 12-hour live stream coming on Election Day, and we're going to have guests from all across Canada. That is going to be a ton of freaking fun. I got to mentally get my brain ready for it. I've done 12 hours before, not on the SMP with a local charity. We did 12 hours. 12 hours is a long day, and we're going to have to gear up for that one. Either way, April 28th, look out for us. We'll be there. And
we're looking for energy drink sponsors.
That's
all day, all day,
all day.
I'm gonna switch from decaf on that day.
But appreciate everybody hopping in tonight. Thank you to the 13,000 plus 13,600.
Almost, getting close to 14,000.
Yeah, it's continuing going up. That's super cool. Appreciate you.
I mean,
being here.
just on my channel alone, there's 11,000 people watched. So.
This is simultaneous.
This is simultaneous right now.
Yeah, concurrent. We've got so many people.
Yeah. Honestly, this feels like a SummerSlam. Like where you built 5 people on a team that's gonna go up against like another team. If you guys know what SummerSlam is, well, I don't know about Dream. You have me, but so
you're on our dream team, Vesper. Hey.
Also, just
Come
a very
on, big
friendly
fella, little love for
reminder
ya.
to everybody watching right now: advanced polls open up tomorrow, baby.
That's right. That is right.
Yes. So if you're living
vote on election day.
If you're living east of Manitoba, you have a chance to make your vote count, folks.
Folks, until well, actually, me and Two's got to be back at this tomorrow morning. So we're live at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. You're going to see a disheveled Shaun, and Two's doing what Two's always does to me. So if you're interested in that, hop in tomorrow morning. Either way, thanks for tuning in tonight, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, everybody. It's been a lot of fun.
I wish it would bother me, but this is just life, on this end. I'm glad I got to do it once to Two's. See you, folks.
Okay, bye.
Bye, guys.
Welcome to the mashup. Tell me whether I'm wrong or right. East or west, up or down, side to side. I sit to stand and fall to fly. Of all of my impulsive plans, pop and lock and salsa dances on demand. I follow leading off the map and stop the chatter, scream happily. Welcome to the mashup. Welcome to the mashup. Welcome to the mashup.